Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you doing this fine Tuesday, July 9th, 2026 at 11:39 a.m. Only 9 minutes late today. Oops. I really, yeah, y'all already found out about the pig wrestling. We're going to talk about that today. There's so much to talk about today. And I swear I've been saying for at least a week. One of these days, I'm going to come out and talk about another topic that doesn't have anything to do with Reckless Ben or Bricks and Minifigs or anybody related to that saga. But every single day, even more crazy stuff happen, or even more stuff happens, and it's all crazy. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about probably this Reckless Ben saga all day today, and not specifically about Reckless Ben, but this thing has tentacles, as y'all have probably found out. I mean, definitely the people in this chat right now. We do have some kind of sort of breaking news from yesterday. Probably Ben finally put out part 3 of his series against exposing Bricks and Minifigs and all of that. And I did talk about it a little bit yesterday. There were some spoilers. I did play about a 30-second clip or something, maybe even less than that, maybe even less time than that, maybe 10 seconds or something. But we did talk. I felt it was very necessary to expose a certain lie that was told in a certain search warrant. Now, this was not the first unconstitutional, in my opinion, search warrant. It certainly wasn't the first overbroad thing to be approved by a judge in this case. And, for a long time in this case, weeks, the majority of the heat against any police department has been against American Fork. That's where that whole thing went down with Josh Johnson. But, we always kind of knew there was plenty of blame to go around against these other cops, these other departments. The problem is the public, didn't have access to really, let me rephrase. The problem is with holding those other police departments accountable was that we had the most information at the time as the public from the American Fork incident. And that's because there was like 3 days of stuff going on, like thing after thing after thing. So yesterday, Ben finally released part 3 on YouTube. So the day before, I think it was, he released it on Patreon. That's where I watched it. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, but mostly we focused the attention of the episode yesterday on the police officer from Provo Police, whose name is Medina, like the funky cold Medina, DORE, DORE. I don't know if it has a little slashy mark on top or whatever. She lied. She filled out under, penalty of criminal perjury that she believed that, or she stated unequivocally, not her belief, but she stated that there was probable cause to search through all of Ben's. I mean, it's kind of like in law school, they would call it like, it's kind of the equivalent of searching through someone's underwear drawer when you get access to a large amount of their electronic data, when you get access to their phone, when you get access to, all their emails and their IP address and where they've been and where they went and, all this stuff. So, I mean, essentially she requested from a judge and she did get it. She got granted this search warrant, which allowed the Provo Police Department, specifically Medina DORE, to request, or actually to compel Google to turn over a bunch of Ben's private information. And this was against Ben's knowledge. He did not know this. He did not know that that was going to be happening. He did not know that it was underway. And he didn't know that the search warrant was granted or even applied for until 90 days later after it was applied for. And in this search warrant, there were lies, and very, very material lies by Medina DORE. And these are lies, and I can say confidently that they were lies because she had stated on body cam footage months prior to her filling out this search warrant affidavit and request that there wasn't even a Utah code that could possibly apply for extortion in this Reckless Ben case. This had to do with the incident, not at American Fork. Again, we're in Provo. This is where Ben and Sheldon apparently went to Bricks and Minifigs headquarters, the corporate offices. It's where Ammon McNeff is standing there, frumpy, humpy dumpy, looking Humpty Dumpty-esque, folding his arms. Never happened, never happened. The maniacal, black t-shirt, situation moment we all have come to know about. And oh man, it was crazy. I do want to watch a couple different little scenes from the Reckless Ben video. I'm not going to watch the whole entire video. That would basically take me all day. And I have some like actual research and stuff that I want to get to, but it's a very good video. And y'all should absolutely, if you haven't already, even if you have already watched it on Patreon, go over there and watch it on YouTube too. Give him a like, give him a subscribe, give him a follow, a comment, and all that. It really does help. It really does help when people are commenting, especially in these first couple days when something comes out. So I absolutely would encourage y'all to go watch it over there. Plus, there's like so many people that I've already done and will continue to be doing like full reactions. I just feel like my time is better used in other ways. Like it's so hard for me to even get to all the different research that I've already done. So I don't want to spend like an entire whole day on just watching Reckless Ben video and reacting. However, I am going to most likely pull up some clips, and I most likely will also be referencing some clips in today's video. Yeah, oh yeah, I was in it. I did not know that I was going to be in it. That was a very big surprise to me. It was actually Valhalla who let me know that I was in it a couple days ago by email before I even watched it. And so I did assume I would be, making an appearance somewhere. I didn't interview or anything. He just used one of my I think 2 of my clips. But that was cool. I definitely liked it. It was like surprising. I don't know if I said that yesterday, like, oh my God, I was like a little bit stunned. It's just kind of surreal. Because probably to y'all, scrolling through my channels and stuff, it's like, oh, that's a YouTuber. She's a YouTuber or whatever. But like, truly, I never, ever, ever get credit. Never get credited for stuff. It's kind of a new phenomenon. And so Ben is like in the news and he's like in this big high profile situation now. And the fact that he even kind of knows I exist was a little bit like, I don't know, like Hannah Montana or something. Like, I was just kind of like, whoa, like, obviously I figured he probably knew I existed, but like, it was just cool. It was cool. But I think yesterday, like maybe the way I said it made it seem like I didn't appreciate it or like it. I did like it. I thought it was very cool. It's just, I'm not used to people. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been around long enough to know that no good deed goes unpunished with me. And when I'm trying to help, either I get no credit at all whatsoever, or I get somehow penalized or attacked or targeted. Put a 1 in the chat if you already know what I'm saying, and I don't need to even explain any further. I do know that there are a lot of new followers, new subscribers, specifically on this channel, who haven't been following my previous coverage and my previous work, and welcome. Happy that y'all are here. But sometimes it does kind of, I forget that, and I just feel like, yeah, this is all the same people that's been in here this whole time or whatever. Okay, so let's see. What else? Oh, so MEDINA DORE, that's who we talked about mostly yesterday, and there was just so much stuff that I wanted to get to, and really the highlight, I believe, of yesterday's episode, there were probably 2 big takeaways from yesterday. Number 1, she lied, and she's a liar, because in 2025, December, like the very end of the year last year, she was talking to Ammon McNeff on the phone, and this is all in body cam. This came out on part 3 of Ben's video. This cop, this detective for Provo, she's talking to Ammon, and she's basically, from what it looks like to me, scheming on how to violate Ben's rights, pretty much. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. She's scheming with Ammon McNeff on basically trying to figure out like what to charge Ben with. And she says, well, the reason that Ammon McNeff called, it's so crazy. It's like, I don't even know where to start. This all kind of starts, obviously, with the whole Legos getting stolen, but we're going to fast forward from that. When Ben got involved, he went over there to the corporate headquarters to talk to Ammon McNeff, who's the CEO of Bricks Minifigs, and he's also one of the owners of Bricks Minifigs. And so I think at the time, I don't know if Sheldon's in here or not. I know he has other stuff to do, but if he is, he could maybe confirm. I'm pretty sure when Ammon came out with that black t-shirt on, never happened, me. Ben and Sheldon did not know who that was. They did not know it was the CEO. I'm pretty sure I heard one of them say that on a live or something. Maybe I'm mistaken. But they're talking to him, and he is the CEO, and, he acts belligerent. He acts crazy and insane. And he says something like, let me just pull it up and show y'all so I don't have to. It's so compelling, because yesterday I couldn't remember exactly what it was that made Ammon all of a sudden go from, yeah, send me the email, I'll be happy to work with Brian Mansell, to instantly This is now extortion. This is now extortion. Is he in here? Someone said Sheldon. Okay. It's not a big deal if he's not. Y'all don't go hunt him down or anything. It's not that big of a deal. So this has been new video, the part 3. Finally, you know, the long-awaited part 3. It already has 2.6 million views. It just came out 15 hours ago. I would say it's safe to say this is viral. Okay, so I want to show y'all this one specific part I'm talking about right now on this video. When Ammon says, "This is now extortion," it's just so literally so dramatic. I can't deal. Is it this? Might be this part. Let's see.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that.
Okay, yeah, I need to go back a little bit more. Okay. We'll start around the 30-second mark, and we'll watch about a minute or so of this. Can y'all hear it? Did I turn the volume on?
Not
yeah.
known to that person.
And on my phone.
That was not known until Mr. Mansell came in days later and said, I have some of these things that need to be...
And that's another lie again, because...
It is not another lie.
So I showed Ammon the security camera footage where corporate acknowledges that they are now going to be responsible.
So they're going back and forth in person, right? And this is in December 2025, just for timeline purposes, this is in December 2025. So they're going back and forth, Ammon and Ben, I would say mostly civilly, although Ammon is appearing to become a little bit worked up, a little bit belligerent, in my opinion. And they're going back and forth about the facts of the case. And Ammon is saying, we never knew. Do you know what theft is? You know, the person who is accused of theft, the legal definition, they love to talk about legal definitions while having absolutely no freaking idea what in the hell they're actually talking about. Like, that's the same thing that Josh did. It seems like it's the same thing that the whole company of Legally Mine does. I mean, like, are they all just engaged in the unauthorized LARPing of pretending they know what the law is? Yes. Yes, they are. So they're playing around. But he's like, do you know what theft even is? It means the person who has the items has to know that it's a theft or whatever, right?
For these Lego Star Wars sets.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how.
That they are now going to be
These things that need to be...
And that's another lie again, because...
It is not another lie.
So I showed Ammon the security camera footage where...
So he's like, Ben, don't you even know what stealing and theft even is? You're saying theft, but don't you know the person has to know? The person has to be aware that the stuff is stolen, and we didn't even know. We had no idea about this consignment deal. And Ben pulls out his phone and says, that's a lie. That is a lie. Here is the proof that y'all did know. And so he plays this clip for him, right? So they're going back and forth. Maybe it's getting a little heated. Whatever. You know, Ammon is getting a little worked up, it seems. Ben's calling Ammon a liar. But it's not like him coming to blows or anything. I mean, they are having a discussion still. This clip is fitting to shut the discussion right on down. And this is so funny. Like, I kind of want to make merch that says, this is now extortion.
Or otherwise not known to that person.
And on my phone.
It was not known until Mr. Mansell came
Look at him. Well, don't you know theft requires somebody to know? And it was not known. They got their story all planned out, don't they?
days later and said, I have some of these things that need to be...
And that's another lie again, because...
It is not another lie.
So I showed Ammon the security camera footage where corporate acknowledges that they are now going to be responsible for these Lego Star Wars sets.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. Because taking on the business, he takes on all that outside that liability.
And after showing him this footage to try to bring the conversation back to reality, this was his response.
Now extortion?
because we caught you guys?
Look at it.
No,
This is now
because
extortion.
You are attempting to extort us. So
No, it's not. It's definitely not extortion.
that's what you're doing.
Look at him.
What
He's
you
looking
are
for
doing
somebody's
right now
number. He's
is
texting.
illegal. It's an extortion.
What you're doing right now is illegal. It's an extortion. Let me help you out on that one there, Ammon. No, it ain't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's not extortion. You tried. You really tried. And I think they're used to doing this. Like, somebody commented, I don't know where, girl. I mean, I was reading all kind of comments last night because the video came out yesterday on public YouTube. Somebody commented, like, it is crazy how this man just jumped immediately to extortion. Like, it was a reflex. Like, he's used to doing it. He's used to just calling stuff out. And doesn't it remind you? Put it 2 in the chat. If it reminds you of, that's a class 2 misdemeanor. That's a class 2 misdemeanor. It's a class 2 misdemeanor. I broke my phone. Put a case on your phone, kids. That's a class 2 misdemeanor. That's a class 2 misdemeanor. Doesn't it remind you of that? Doesn't it remind you of that? Put it 2 in the chat. Ophelia said yes. Yvette said yes. Marcus said yes. Davey said yes. Yeah, okay, so it's not another lie. I don't know if it's a lie or not a lie, but it certainly is most certainly not extortion. I'll say that. What Ben is doing is not extortion, and the cop agrees. You'll hear it in a moment.
So catching you guys in illegal activity, that's illegal on me.
Nope. We have done nothing.
See, I agree too. I agree. Nope, it's not illegal on us. Thank you for.
We have done nothing illegal, and you are doing something illegal right now.
No, you're not. No, he wasn't.
I don't think it's illegal. I think us catching you guys for doing the illegal thing doesn't make that what we're doing is illegal. That means what you guys are doing is illegal.
Right. This is now extortion. Who is he texting? Which daddy is he texting? Is he texting Danny? Is he texting Matt? Is he texting Adam Brimhall, Reed Brimhall? Who is he texting right now? He's texting. I mean, it don't take all of this typing and clicking and clacking to dial 911. So what is he doing? That's my question. Okay. So, oh, sorry. Did y'all even see it? I'll go back 10 seconds so y'all can see it. I sometimes forget to put the screen back up, as y'all probably know.
Illegal on me.
Nope.
Here he is.
We have done nothing.
See, I agree too. I agree. Nope, it's not illegal on us.
Look.
Thank you for.
Nothing illegal,
Look at him. He's digging
and
around.
You are doing something illegal right now.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
I don't think it's illegal. I think us catching you guys for doing the illegal
Look at him
thing
typing. What's he
doesn't
typing?
make that what we're doing is illegal.
What's he
That means
typing?
what you guys are doing is illegal.
He's pressed a lot more numbers than 911 and send. Okay, who is he texting? Who is he looking for? Who is he searching for? What is he doing? I want to know. Now he's finally calling somebody. This little weasel. Okay, anyway, all right, so y'all saw that part, right? This is now extortion. Now, we talked yesterday about, oh, this is interesting. I'm skipping around a little bit. I'm going through this to show y'all like certain things that I found to be relevant for what we covered yesterday and how it's going to relate to what we're going to cover today, which is a similar topic.
It's Ben Snyder who's been the one engaged in this behavior.
You can see in the police report that the crime he wanted to get us charged for is called extortion.
Right.
Which basically means we're threatening
This is now extortion.
him into paying us, which is very illegal. However, obviously he's just making all of this up. The reality is, I just thought it was a nice gesture to give him the opportunity.
Right. Okay. So he tried to get him charged with extortion, but it never happened. Never were they charged with extortion, by the way. So let's jump to about the 15-minute mark or so. And we're almost done with watching these clips just to recap on some of the stuff that you'll need for background.
Did find an answer. They sent it to me in the mail, and looks like I was right. The police only had time to take on one of our cases, and it was Ammon's, not mine. Yes, the case that had an overwhelming amount of evidence. They thought that case was garbage.
This is just the lead in. This is not really relevant, but we're about to get to it.
And they took on the case that has zero evidence at all. In the police body cam footage, after the police watched my full conversation, proving that I didn't threaten to burn the place down or literally anything, they even admitted to Eamon that there was no credibility with his entire case against me.
We agreed that there really was no extortion code that would fit your situation. However, you know, at the end of the day, we do want to help you guys so you're not having to deal with this fool and all of his issues. We did find that there was another code that fit, and it's called aggravated commercial obstruction.
The police just told Eamon that even though there's absolutely nothing.
So, even at that time, she knew there was no extortion. However, she was like, there's another code that could possibly apply, and this is the part that I am referring to and characterizing as scheming. There's another code that might possibly apply called aggravated commercial obstruction. She mentions and kind of bats back and forth whether harassment happened, but he was never charged with that either. So this lady, I don't even know if I want to call her a lady, this person, this individual, she admitted that was in December. She admits in December, right around the same time that Ammon got visited by Ben and Sheldon. She admits right around that same time, I think it was the same day, there's no extortion here. There's no extortion. Maybe aggravated, commercial obstruction. Conspiring to deprive Ben of his rights. That's what it looked like to me. So she's like, there's this aggravated commercial obstruction thing. 2 months later, Ammon kind of like calls back or whatever, and he's like, all right, I'm ready. This is right around the time I think Ben started suing him too. But maybe not. Maybe that was in October. I need to get my timeline. I need to get back in my timeline era. I'm kind of like deep in the weeds on this MEDINA DORE person. But the person you just heard talking was her. That's her. And she says something else at the kind of like toward more the end of the video. And she was like, it would seem like this kid would have something else better to do. Or this guy or whatever, right? This fool, this whoever. I guess that would actually round off the clip. So let me bring that up too. Okay. I'm trying to find exactly Oh, should we watch the part where I'm in it? We can watch that part too.
At this point, it almost seems like everything Bricks and Minifigs is doing, for some reason they think that I'm the one that's the one doing it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you guys. Hopefully no more issues. There's so many other things that this guy could like be talking about, right?
No, 100%. But sometimes, it's a sunk cost fallacy. They just think, oh, I put so much time and effort into this.
So just to be, my throat like hurts from like doing all this talking. So just to be fair, clear, all that, this particular clip is not from December. This particular clip about this sunk cost fallacy, and there seems to be so many other things that there's so many other things that this guy could be doing. There's so many other things that he could be doing. That whole song and dance, this was in March. This was not in December. This is still after she applied for the search warrant. They know there's no extortion. However, the clip that we just watched where she's like, there's no extortion code that would apply, that is 100% in December, according to the body camera timestamp. So she said there's no extortion. Maybe there's this aggravated commercial, whatever. There's, all that. And then she, 2 months later, went ahead and still filled out a search warrant affidavit and signed it under criminal penalty, saying that she thought there was going to be probable cause of extortion, criminal extortion in Ben's email. So that was the lie. Okay, that was the lie. I do want to, let's just close the loop here. Now she's saying there's so many other better things he could be doing.
I gotta make sure something happens. Oh. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, Eamon just completely proved my point.
I'm going to skip forward
Obviously,
a
I'm
little
not
bit.
suffering from the sunk cost fallacy at all. Aiming me.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down.
Let's go to the next thing.
That's not true. I never heard nobody said they were going to burn the place down. That is insane.
Minifigs accusing me of extortion when they're the ones actually extorting me by saying if I don't let them steal the Legos from us, they're going to make up a reason to throw me in jail.
You stole them, bitch. I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang.
Dang.
Okay.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
How does he stay so
Bricks
calm?
Minifigs is also getting me for RICO
This
charges.
They're charging reckless Ben for RICO.
Shout out to Lust.
I think it is more likely that the police are guilty of RICO, right?
And if you look at the CEO's previous businesses,
Okay, I'm pretty sure this is a screenshot from my live, because I did, you know, put the blue on the Vail corporate, but you'll see.
he actually got
See, there's me. Legally Mine brought up on a RICO case in 2016 under former name Vail Corporate.
sued for RICO. He's the one guilty of RICO, not me. They're also accusing me of sending a sniper to shoot out the windows of the McNeff house.
The body cam made it into the video.
If you guys want to come to, you can see the window and see where they were shooting from. It could be a sniper blade on the hill.
When the police got there, they realized it was actually a construction worker who accidentally shattered the window.
It seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way.
But even after all this, they still go online and say it was me.
He's trying to get Ben Schneider for like attempted murder. He's basically trying to set Ben Schneider up for attempted murder when meanwhile it was a nail from his own construction worker.
So what's the moral of the story here? It looks like everything bad Bricks and Minifigs is doing, they think that I'm the one that's doing the bad thing. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. It's very Darvo. Darvo is like, what is it? It's deny. How's Darvo go? Deny something. Deny attack, reverse, victim, and offender. Deny, attack. So deny what you're being accused of. Turn around and attack the person or the people accusing you, right? Does it sound like the play? Darvo. Deny the allegation. Never happened. Attack the person. What can we get him arrested for? You did it, bitch. And reverse, victim, and offender. Suing Brian Mansell, even though he's their victim and they're the offenders because they won't give him his stuff back. And sometimes they won't even admit the truth about how he's tried to work with them. They won't even admit the truth. So it's very Darvo. It's very projecty. And that's that. So yesterday we talked about Medina DORE. And we also, I was trying to show y'all in the public record some of the stuff that she'd been listed in and mentioned in different posts and different public records that included this public servant in them. But as I went through my live show yesterday, stuff just was not available. It just was, this video got deleted. Look, when you click off, and like, you're gonna have to watch very carefully here. When I click on this next tab, watch closely, because you'll see for like a very short fraction of a second, her picture will flash and then it'll say, sorry, this isn't available. Okay, so I'm about to do it right now. Oh, wait, no. Shoot. Let's see if it does it. It just did it. I refreshed it. Something once lived here but has been deleted. I've been dealing with this like all morning. Like when I come here, it like flashes her picture. So it is a live show, so y'all should be able to rewind back and catch that frame there. It's not that important. It's just like I was in the middle of watching this video. It was a public video of her that was up available to the public. She is a public servant. And it got deleted in the middle. Like I didn't even finish watching it and showing it to y'all. It got deleted. So stuff's getting deleted. And I just focused yesterday a little bit on the irony of that. Because on the one hand, she wanted to go digging all through Ben's stuff without letting him know. She wanted to get an absolutely overly broad search warrant based on literally lies because she knew there was no code for extortion and she was not going to find anything about extortion. She lied. She lied under criminal penalty on this search warrant request to this psychotic judge, Christine S. Johnson. She got the search warrant. She got the information, and clearly they did not find a single speckle of evidence against Ben having to do with harassment or extortion, which is the grounds upon which, half of the grounds upon which she got the search warrant. And so she's a liar and she's a hypocrite. And so yesterday I'm like, all right, bet you want to go into somebody's private stuff without giving them any notice, without giving them any opportunity to be heard, and you want to do all of that while basing your search warrant request on a lie. Then you want to snicker and laugh on how there's so much better stuff he could be doing and looking into. Challenge accepted. So that's pretty much what we spent 4.5 hours doing yesterday. So I am, I'm gonna tell y'all, I am stocked. I am stocked to the brim of new links, new public records to look at, things where MEDINA has gotten in trouble, things where possibly MEDINA's father-in-law has been in trouble. We're going to look at that. Yes, we are. But before we get into all that, I mean, I started out yesterday in a very bad mood. And frankly, I am still a little bit in a bad mood. But now that part 3 has come out and I've seen the full wrath of the public, lawfully, peacefully, I haven't seen any, anything unlawful or anything like that. Of course, I always do say, and I do want to just reiterate, please do not contact anybody mentioned in this video, including this corrupt, lying, filthy, dirty hag, masquerading as a public servant, this lying beast. Please do not contact her. Please do not send any hate to her. However, you are more than welcome to exercise your right to file a complaint or file a report peacefully with the Provo Police Department on MEDINA DORE. Anything that gets called in or emailed in or anything like that, that's not civil, isn't peaceful and stuff like that, it's not going to help. It's only going to hurt. It's going to hurt not only the person who sends it, it's going to hurt Ben, it's going to hurt Ben's legal cases, it's going to hurt the other commentators. Like, they could blame anybody for that. Dan McNeff is already blaming, basically, like I said in Ben's in the video that Ben included the clip, they're basically already trying to accuse him of attempted murder. Because the construction worker flung a nail into the window. And so it's not helpful at all to send any threats or anything like that. So please do not do that. And if you do, like I have started to say, I'll testify against you because I don't like that. And just in an overabundance of caution, I just want to say too, I personally, unless I'm going to a courthouse, it must be pouring outside. My God, that was like the longest, loudest thunder. Jesus. I don't go real life, okay? I don't go real life unless I'm going to a court hearing. Sometimes, very extremely selectively, I'll go to a little like peaceful protest for an hour or two and leave. Generally, I stay at my house unless I'm going to a courthouse. I don't personally approve, encourage, or endorse going to or holding protests specifically outside of private businesses. I think that is where it starts to get in this gray area where they can start to hold this type of stuff against people. So I understand, my work inspires people and stuff, but I just want to be very clear. I don't like doing all these disclaimers all the time either, by the way, y'all. I don't like it, but I have to because stuff gets held against me, and I just have to be very, very clear about what exactly I do and don't encourage. So people have the right to do whatever they want to do. I'm not going to tell grown people what to do. Y'all can do whatever you want to do. I'm not your mama. But please don't go out and make protests at private businesses and say it's because of me. Because I don't do that. Especially if you weren't even going to tell me you was going to do it. I'm not trying to be mean. Really, I'm not. But people going out and doing protests in real life at private businesses and stuff, and even if it's in the public parking lot, again, I'm not telling people what to do, but please don't use my name and say that you're doing a protest because of me. If you want to do something because of me, submit a FOIA request and send me the results. If you want to do something because of me, hit that like, make a video, ask me, maybe I'll come and interview on your channel or something. But I don't like the go in real life and then putting my name on it, especially when I wasn't asked if that was okay. Or if I approve of that. And in particular, when I don't do that stuff, I would never be going to a protest at somebody's business unless it's Lou Taylor and it's across the street. Okay. Like I said, I do make exceptions, but, I just feel some type of way about people putting my name on their protest when I don't know these people. I don't know what they doing. I don't know why they over there. And it's just one step away from them being able to say, oh, she made people come to our office, when that's just frankly not true. Now, I have legal bills to fight, and these other people have no consequence. I don't like it. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's fine. If you do know what I'm talking about, that's my comment. All right. So that being said, yesterday I started on just right in on MEDINA, and I guess I kind of did that today too, but I wanted to take a moment, at least a moment today, and shout out some of the people that helped to make part 3 possible. Let me get to some of these super chats real quick. Thank you, Wendy, for the $20 super chat. I think that one came in before the stream even started. Thank you, Some Ordinary Gooners. No, for becoming a new member. Thank you, Crazy Sparkles, for becoming a new member. How dare you? Thank you, Kitty Aki, for the $5. How dare you show me to my face I was lying? This is extortion. This is now extortion. This is a crime. This is a criminal extortion. Thank you so much to Some Ordinary Gooners. That is the craziest name. Oh my God. Thank you for the $1.99. Evil Ammon is just like his lion daddy. It does seem like that. Thank you, Todd, for the $5 super chat. The First Amendment is an affirmative defense to aggravated commercial obstruction inside the Utah Code. Okay, good. I hope that they include that in their anti-SLAPP filing, which is now not due until next month. Thank you so much to Kitty for the $2 super chat. He stays calm because he knows they want him upset. Yeah, no, I mean, I can know if somebody wants me upset and still get upset. I still don't have that type of control. Thank you so much to Garden State Accountability. Yes, he was at the protest the other day that I was just at. Like I said, y'all, I go to some very extreme limited protests, and one type of peaceful protest I will attend is when Sean Paul Reyes from Long Island Audit does it. Hello, hello, hello. And we're back. And we're back. And we are back. Yes, the electricity did go out. Yes, I might have said a prayer to the rain god to get the electricity come back on. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. Hi, I'm back. Hey, hi, I'm back. Hi. That loud sound I heard earlier. Look, don't get too comfortable. Don't get too comfortable because, girl, I don't know what's going to happen again. That loud sound I heard earlier was a huge rainstorm. It's like happening out there, girl. I mean, it was not doing that. It was not doing that earlier. Yeah, back to the regularly scheduled programming. Thank you to Garden State Accountability for the $4.99. Thank you, Culture War Ace, for the $5. Aggravated commercial obstruction. What is the supposed aggravating factor? Doesn't that require violence or property destruction? Or there's like one other thing. There's like three things. One is violent threat of violence, property destruction, something like that. Yeah. Thank you, KJ, for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Pocket Pepperoni, for becoming a new member. Thank you, Kitty Aki, for the $2. The weather is giving criminal business interference. I agree. Okay, so back to what I was doing. We're going to talk about Medina today. Okay, I got a lot more links. I'm stacked to the brim over here on links. That being said, before we get into the public record, including her father and possible father-in-law, her possible husband, the possible allegations he has faced, we're going to also talk today about the lawsuit that had to be settled because Medina allowed someone to die on her watch or whatever. We're going to talk about that a little bit more extensively. I have a slightly better idea now of what actually went on a little bit more, and I have some more documents. We're going to look at that. But before we get into that, I wanted to give a little bit of credit to the people. Oh, you can't hear? Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not doing that audio shit no more. Like, y'all can hear or you can't. Okay, moving on. I'm just done. I'm done with it. So how do these officers, thank you, Big Crunch, for the $4.99. How do these officers fare for the reasonable officer standard? To me, they're so unreasonable to me. I mean, they make up lies. And Big Crunch, we're going to talk about that today. There was a finding made that Medina, or maybe not a finding, we'll talk about it though. The judge had kind of found that the allegation was that she is a liar and not that she just was negligent. And this has already happened in a case before. We'll talk about that later. So, thank you for the $4.99 and thank you TMK for the $2 super chat. It's Mitch McConnell asking me for help. Oh, is he actually officially dead now or not? Thank you for the $2. So weather gives you seizures. Oh my God. Yeah, sometimes that happens to me when it's like really about to rain, like it's like really cloudy. I'll get like a migraine, but never had a seizure. Thank God. Sorry to hear that. Thank you for the $2. Okay, so listen. Yeah, no, I'm not playing the audio game today. We're not doing that today. That's fine. That's fine. If y'all have to turn it up, y'all have to turn it up. That's y'all's problem. I can't be doing this audio crap all day. Okay, so before we get into that, I wanted to give a shout out. I have a compression limiter already. I have a Scarlett, I have a cloud lifter, I have all that stuff. I already have all that. Y'all can just use the volume up button. That's fine. Okay, so I wanted to give a little credit where it's due on some of the people who helped to make part 3 possible. And one such person it's the two animators. So this is one of them. And he posted this video 16 hours ago. It's very cute. It's like only 4 minutes, 38 seconds long. But the reason I wanted to really do this and shine a spotlight on this is because as I was watching this video, it, kind of dawned on me, like, we really don't have a lot of people doing this type of art anymore. This like slow, takes a long time type of art. This like the stop motion. It was very inspiring. I was very inspired. And I wanted to give a little credit where it's due. He put out a little video. It's very cute. And then we'll also take a look at another animator who also helped to make parts 1 and 2 possible as well after this. So this is JB Films. As you can see, I did subscribe and I did hit the like. So let's just watch a little bit of his video. It's very cute. I know like a lot of people who are involved in this story and stuff. They kind of feel like infantilized or whatever because people are calling them kids and saying it's cute and stuff. But look, listen, I'm 35 years old. These people are like 10, 15, 20 years younger than me. They kids to me. It's cute to me, but I support them. Okay. It's coming from a place of love, not diminishment or anything like that. I think it is. I'm supporting. Can y'all hear? Did I turn the volume on this? Okay, so this part of the animation I don't think is stop motion. This is like more a different type of animation, but you'll see what I mean. Let's speed it up a little bit.
Yo, can I like hire you to make some stop motion for like a video part 3?
Reckless Ben. Nah. Okay, obviously I didn't say that. But to understand how I even got myself into this situation, let's go all the way back to June 3rd. I had just gotten the idea to animate part 1 in LEGO, but obviously I didn't want to do this without Ben's permission, so I sent him an email. Hello, Reckless Ben and team. I would like to ask if I can animate your BAM videos as a short LEGO comedy sketch called basically the BAM situation in a nutshell, or something along those lines. It would basically quickly outline your videos covering the situation as a LEGO animation. Sincerely, JB Films.
Yeah, for sure. Send it to my Instagram when you're done. I'd love to see it at Reckless Ben Schneider.
So he reached out to Ben and he's like, hey, can I animate a portion of part 1 or whatever? So he makes the video.
Honestly, I was not expecting to get a reply from them. With that being said, I wrote up a script, got a voice actor, and spent the next 10 days animating the video. With that said and done, all that was left to do was post it and send it to Ben, which brings us back to June 14th.
This is so cute.
Oh my gosh, that's the best thing I've ever seen. Is that stop motion or animation?
Yes, sir. It was stop motion.
Oh, nice. Could I maybe hire you to do some
It's
stop
so
motion
cute.
for the
I
next
love
video?
it.
It looks so good.
I just love talent and art and when people are good at stuff and they get to do stuff that they're good at.
Wait, for real? Dude, that'd be sick. I'd be down. So that just happened. Well, it's been a couple of days since I received any messages from Ben, and I won't lie, I was kind of getting scared that I said something that made him change his mind about hiring me. But I was just being paranoid, because a few hours later, I received a call.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty.
Shut up! You're eligible for an extended warranty! Where was I? Oh yeah, I got a call from Reckless Ben's lead animator, Lee.
Do you know the Lego Man?
The Lego Man?
Yeah,
the
funny.
Lego Man?
No.
Cool. I'm gonna send you the lines tomorrow.
It's just such good storytelling. It's great. This kid's going, this young adult's going places.
I will say, for shot 6, I want you to animate Ben pouring gasoline all over the store.
So Eamon's telling the police that even though they continuously told us to leave, we didn't leave.
I don't think that would make sense.
Yeah, I was just testing you to see if you would notice.
Right. Alrighty, so here's the plan for the first animation. Scene 1, exterior. Why? A cop car drives up to Ben's house. Shot 2, we zoom out to see a LEGO version of the USA.
It's cool too to kind of get a little bit of the background on how Ben actually makes his documentaries, because like he has it as scenes. So he's like, okay, scene 1, this is what I want.
California would be called out. Shot 3, I stop explaining and get to work. Now that we've got our first shot scripted, I needed to get some set pieces ordered. So I went to Google.
And it's so meta too, because he's like animating a video, but then he's animating a video about the process of animating the video.
Amazon and purchased a Lego road and cop car. And after waiting for 2 more days,
this coming up is where it starts to blow my mind. This second half.
both sets arrived. Wrong. Only the Lego road arrived. The cop car never arrived. Ben must have secret agents at Amazon who found out I was working with Ben to create part 3. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I should probably update Lee about this. Yo, so apparently Bam has managed to get the Lego cops under their belt too, so I might have to switch up the scene a bit.
He's funny. He's like, okay, the Lego car I was going to use for the stop motion, the cop car didn't show up. So, I mean, I had to do something else.
Cool.
Yup. Alrighty. So unfortunately I didn't record the actual animating process. I know. Bad YouTuber. Worst YouTuber of all time even. Look, I didn't think I was gonna turn this into a video yet. Here we are. So I'll just show you some pictures. Set being built. Test shots. Both pictures at the same time so it looks like more is going on. Alright, now we need to do the map zoom out. To do so I was...
Y'all, AI could never. This is a human being doing this.
Spent 2 hours trying to find a free high detail map of North America, import it into Blender, turn it into Lego, animate some camera movements, render the animation at 20 frames per minute instead of using my GPU, which would have taken 20 seconds per frame, but that's fine. And now we're done. That only took 5 hours, including render time, for a 2-second shot. This is fine.
That's
this is
crazy.
How the final shot turned out.
The police showed up to my house all the way in Los Angeles to arrest me without bail.
Overall, I'm pretty happy with how the shot turned out.
Incredible.
The map zoomed out,
Incredible.
turned out really good. On to the next shot. Shot 2. This is a really simple one in comparison to shot 1. All I had to do was build up a box, plop down some tiles, and animate Ammon yapping. That's
Girl, I need a nap. I need a break after the part 1.
literally
Shot
it.
1.
I will say I did have to call Lee once more before filming to get some additional context. Initially, I had no idea what the setting was, so I was just gonna put him in space. Okay, here's the results of that shot.
Even though they continuously told us to leave, we didn't leave.
So yeah, overall a very simple shot. I did have to sneak in my minifigure there. Gotta get that
That's
promo
cute.
in there somehow. And that
Like ancient, not like ancient artists and like Renaissance painters and sculptors and stuff used to do that. They would like put themselves in the work. Like I think the guy who was it? I think Michelangelo's like assistant who helped him paint the Sistine Chapel painted himself in there, and he also painted like his nemesis in there as like a naked person or something. Like there's like this whole like thousands of year lore of like painting yourself into a work of art that you make on commission, which I think is pretty cool to see him put his own little minifig in. It's just cute. I just think this is cute and wholesome.
is the story of how I became an animator for Reckless Ben.
Renoir. Isn't that so cute? Okay. So y'all can follow him on YouTube if you want on JB Films. Let's see. He does have an Instagram, I believe. Oh, Nonstop Animations. I'll subscribe to that too. He has an Instagram as well. I think it's Nonstop Animations 101. Let me see. I want to give a little shout out, give a little credit where it's due to these folks. I won't say kids. Oh no, Nonstop Animation. Yeah, okay. So here is the Instagram. I believe this is his, Nonstop Animations. He's got the Bible verse right there, Psalm 19:14. Which one is that? I think Psalm 19:14. Yeah, this must be him. Handmade stop motion animations. DM for work inquiries or contact nonstopanimations22@gmail.com. Psalm 19:14. I think that's the one where it's like, may my words and my work be pleasing to the Lord or something. Okay, let's see. All right, so there's his Instagram. Y'all can follow him there. I thought that was very cute. Okay, there's one other animator who has been working, and I mean, millions and millions of people have seen his work. And this is this is Lee Thompson Art. He's the one who was actually, featured in that last video as like being on the phone, like calling in and all of that, like had to get back on the phone with Lee. So he's the one who made the animations for the Reckless Ben part 1 and I think part 2. I think he also worked on part 3. I think his birthday's today. Happy birthday to Lee Thompson Art. Keep art alive, make something today.
Campers! This summer it's Camp Short Short Fest.
R.I.P. to my
What's
ear.
that mean? It means if you want to spend the night at the drive-in, you can. Get your car, your camper, your rooftop
I don't know
tent
what
all
we done
prepped
fell
and
down
ready.
the rabbit hole over
Best
here.
glampers and tailgaters get some cool prizes.
fun.
Not spending the night camping?
So I guess it's his birthday today. Shout out to him. Let's see, what's this?
Someone sent me an email saying that a Lego store scammed his family out of their entire
So this is his animation. We've all seen this. Millions of people.
life savings, and the police won't help because they're corrupt. And now I'm their last shot to give this family their life savings back.
Cool.
So I asked if he'd be down to get on a call with me.
So he was like, yeah.
Someone sent me an email saying,
So that's so cool, right? Does he have a YouTube page too? Lee Thompson Art? I should have tagged their stuff in the description box. Oh, if I remember, I'll do it later. But I'm showing y'all how to find it anyway. Let me see. Lee Thompson Art. It's cool. Like, people don't make art like this a whole lot anymore. It's like so easy to do AI stuff, which I understand. But like, you know, people... Oh, this is so funny. Okay. This is so funny. It does not have nearly enough views.
Chris K here with the Big Arch. Holy cow, we've got a poppy sort
at
of
the
bun
hands.
on it. I don't even know how to attack it. All right, the moment of truth.
Look at the hands. Did y'all see this? Look at the teeth. Ew. Ew.
Mm. That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
God. Oh, man. Anyway, that meme. So y'all can follow him. Let me subscribe to his YouTube channel. Give him a like. I think I'm subscribed on BJC Live. Shout out to him. Lee Thompson Art. Welcome to my channel. I'm an animator, an artist, and I make fun videos. If you like what you see, please give me a follow. So shout out to them. I do think the animations in part 1, part 2, part 3, the whole series so far have really been great in the for storytelling, for the storytelling of the whole thing. And it's so much to follow, it's so much to keep up with. I'm still a little bit confused about the timelines and stuff, but the animations, I like that. I think that's really cool, and I'm glad to know that Ben is actually hiring real artists. So, oh, he did a CoffeeZilla video too? Cool. Okay. So, shout out to them, Lee Thompson, and shout out to JB, what was it, Films. Shout out to them. Very, very inspiring. I love to see it. Okay. So, now, without further ado, after being so rudely interrupted by the American Fork Police Department and Provo Police Department, who obviously sent that thunderstorm, to cut my power off so I couldn't keep exposing them. I'm still going to keep doing it. So, I'm back now. We're back. I did see the Papa Meat video. That was very funny. I like his stuff. Sometimes his stuff can be a bit, I don't know, like the art words and stuff. It could be a bit grotesque for me, but I do like him. I like his channel. It's probably my cousin. I love his set. He has one of the best sets on YouTube. I mean, I probably have the best mic on YouTube, but he has the second best mic for sure. I love his mic. Sometimes I'm watching Papa Meat's channel. I'm like, oh man, I kind of want a hot pink mic. Okay. So anyway, now, where were we? We did talk about this already, but how stuff was all deleted, right? And this all happened yesterday, pretty much. And then, yeah, I'll probably cut out that part where I was like not in here. I'll probably edit it out after the live stream. So where do I want to start here? Oh, so not everything was deleted. Watch this be like, it was deleted now. Okay. Oh, okay, I'm not going to play the music. Congratulations, Officer DORE. Congratulations, Officer DORE. Join us. This is last year. And congratulating Officer MEDINA DORE, our February 2025 Employee of the Month. Officer Dore's dedication, professionalism, and commitment to serving the community set a high standard for excellence. Her hard work and compassionate approach make a real difference in the lives of those she protects and serves. Thank you, Officer DORE, for your outstanding service and for going above and beyond every day. Well, she didn't go above and beyond every day, did she? She didn't go above and beyond on the day that somebody died in her custody after she failed to inform the hospital staff that the person had OD'd on DRUGS, but, you know, I guess they're just leaving out that one day. So not everything got deleted. That's still up. We'll see how long it lasts for. And that led me to, you know, just looking into the public record to see what else I could find on this lady before everything was all deleted. A bunch of y'all sent me all kind of stuff. Some of the stuff I had found already and seen already. Some of it I had not. So we're going to just keep going right through the different new little links I found. So I found this salary thing, and some of y'all did send me this too. That crazy, lying, psychotic hag makes almost $2,000 a year. Almost $92,000 a year, according to this openpayrolls.com. In 2022. So she probably makes way more now. They probably done gave her, I mean, I think everybody that dies on your watch, if you're a cop, you get a raise. 91, and that's about the same as her coworkers, 21.8% higher than other cities, and it's a 28.2% higher salary than the national average. And it's like, well, do they have to trade in their dignity to make that money? That's what I want to know. Do they have to trade in their morals? Do they have to trade in their honor? And then they just have to do this thing called loyalty, but the loyalty is not to the Constitution, which they swore an oath to, but actually, in fact, and indeed, it's to the, I don't know, business owners in the community, or, you know, whatever. I mean, Ammon McNett. I don't know. But I wanted to show y'all that. I mean, it seems like a lot of money she's making there. And that was as of 2022, they said. Somebody did send me this one. This is from 2018. So this is from like 8 years ago. But Medina DORE done did a presentation, girl, on white collar crime. The irony. The irony. She's literally helping a business scheme and conspire to violate somebody's constitutional rights so that they don't. Commercial obstruction, criminal commercial, aggravated commercial obstruction. She's literally helping. She's lying to judges in search warrant applications to subpoena and compel Google to do things. She's doing all that with a business. So I'm wondering how it all went so wrong. Where it all went so wrong for Medina. Because she was saying in 2018, white collar crime, the unseen threat. Medina DORE. Research questions. We wanted to assess the awareness of white collar crime, aka fraud, in Utah. Oh, girl, bitch, I want to assess the awareness of white collar crime, aka fraud, in Utah, too. And I also want to see the aka fraud going on at the police departments. We got something in common, Medina. Whoa. Whoa. Are y'all seeing what I'm seeing? UVU? Utah Valley University? Where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, where the preliminary hearing is going on right now this week in Judge Graff's courtroom? Girl, Utah is a small world. Research question. We wanted to assess the awareness of white collar crime in Utah, specifically of the students at UVU. So how much do the students at UVU, how aware are they of white collar crime? Some of our main research questions are you aware of what white collar crime is and how prevalent of a threat it is in today's society? Well, clearly Medina is not. Do you feel that the WCC poses a significant threat? What's the WCC, girl? Oh, white collar crime. This was not on there when I first clicked. Introduction. White collar crime is oftentimes mistaken for a victimless crime due to its nonviolent nature. Oh, girl. The irony. The cop that's now helping, one of the cops, who is now helping and was helping all this year, Ammon McNeff to violate, working with Ammon McNeff and working to violate reckless Ben Schneider's rights under the color of law, is aware apparently and was trying to become some type of little expert in college on white collar crime. She said it was often mistaken for a victimless crime, but that assumption could not be farther from the truth. Every day, thousands of people become victims of white collar crime, kind of like Brian Mansell, innocent until proven guilty. But I mean, he became a victim of what appears to be white collar crime. All of the victims of Legally Mine, Vail Corp, who have sued over the years, the victims of Legally Mine in Ohio who were victimized by Legally Mine and Dan McNeff doing unauthorized practice of law? Yes. She said the white collar crime costs the United States an estimated $300 billion annually. And it might end up costing her job too. White collar crime is committed for the sole purpose of financial gain, and today's technological world has provided a quick and convenient way for perpetrators to strike. Yeah, just kind of like how when you subpoenaed Google. Kind of like that, you freaking striking ass perpetrator. You're a white collar criminal, actually. From where I'm sitting, you're using your authority under the color of law to rummage through someone's email, and you're lying in the search warrant. And it's a provable lie. You knew that there was no extortion code 2 months prior. So, I mean, you're a liar. You're the white collar criminal, actually. Huh. Interesting. Common white collar crimes include, but are not limited to, financial fraud. Mail fraud, computer and internet fraud. Okay, counterfeiting, public corruption. Yep, that's you. Baby, you became the monster you were warning us about. Money laundering, tax evasion. Oh, girl. The research questions, do you feel white collar crime poses a significant threat? Do you feel it's committed equally as or more frequently than other crimes? The penalties, are they significant enough? No. We need to start doing death penalty or something. The fraud triangle, pressure, financial or emotional force, pushing toward fraud, rationalization, personal justifications. Ooh, she did the whole psychological framework. This is Ammon, in my opinion, from the public record. The framework for spotting high-risk fraud situations. Pressure, financial or emotional force pushing toward doing fraud. Oh, like running out of money, becoming broke. Then you rationalize it. There's a personal justification for your dishonest actions. You maybe have a victim complex. You act like you're allowed to do it. You're supposed to do it. And the other prong of the triangle is opportunity. Ability to execute plan without being caught. Sue me then, bitch. Sue me then, bitch. You're going to sue us and you're going to spend more money than the collection is worth. Right? Ability to execute the plan without getting caught. She did a whole presentation for us, y'all. The fraud triangle, that explains the state of mind. Post-fraud state of mind is the act, conversion, and concealment. This is the level I think we might be on in the Bricks and the Minifigs. Again, innocent until proven guilty. We'll have to see how it works out in court. Ways to avoid fraud in large companies. Higher equity incentives, criminal records of CEOs and CFOs, and whistleblowing. They did a literature review of some studies. Fraud, con jobs, theft, and embezzlement cost between $300 and $600 billion in the U.S. annually. A survey, data. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I did think it was highly ironic. Do you feel white-collar crime poses a significant threat? And look at all the people at the Utah Valley University. They said 54% said yes, significantly. And another 34%. So most people said yes or probably yes at the university. So they know. Most victims of white-collar crime are victims of credit card fraud or computer internet fraud. Girl, where did it all go so wrong? Utah is the first state to create a white-collar crime registry. It works similar to a sex offender registry. Wow. Wow. This is great news. Huh. This is great news. If you're a convicted felon, you have your information posted on the website and what type of fraud you did. Oh, girl, we need to go to the registry. Search the registry. Who do we need to look for? I'm just going to type in McNeff. See if any of them did fraud. Nope. No offenders. What about Mitten? Nope. Who should I search in here? Josh Johnson. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Nope. Let's see. Brandon Best. None of these are frauds. None of them are frauds so far. Legally Mine. Okay. No fraud so far. Okay. Interesting. Anyway, so I thought that was interesting. This little presentation, you know, when I find a little presentation, I like to show it to y'all. I want to get back to the page I was on here. And let me put it here on my map. Okay. So that was that. This is her presentation. Put that on my map too. That is crazy to me. Okay. Wow. Okay. Where did it all go so wrong? Now, in addition to that, you know, I started looking into the public records. Some people sent me some of this stuff. Some of it I found on my own. Would you be surprised to find out, hold on, that our girl MEDINA DORE is a prolific pig wrestler? Yes, you heard that right. Pig wrestler. You cannot make this up. Okay, no, you cannot. Here it is right here. This is an article from 2014. Oak Ridge students show pigs at stock show. She liked pigs so much she became one. Oink, oink. There she is right there looking disheveled and unkempt. And look, I just want to say, put a 3 in the chat if I'm a psychic, because didn't I say she looks like horse girl? I said this looks like a horse girl. She looked like a horse girl. And she liked him so much she wanted to become one. She's out here, filthy, disheveled, unkempt, cute little girl right here. She has no idea what she's getting into. I ain't talking about her. Spanish Fork. Bailey Wall, 18, held hands with her mentor and teacher as she showed her pig at the Utah State Junior Livestock Show in Spanish Fork at the Spanish Fork Fairgrounds. Bailey, who has some disabilities, was grinning and hugging everyone, including the judge. She's so excited to have this chance, said Bailey's grandmother. I was worried she wouldn't be able to go out with the pig, but she did it and was very excited. This has given her something to do different outside of her normal activities. I'm so proud, said her teacher. Oh, wait, hold on. Bailey's teacher at Oak Ridge was almost as excited. Tasha Lewis was congratulating her student. I'm so proud. Never been happier watching our kids be in the spotlight. I think the 2 months they spent walking, feeding, and caring for their pig made all the difference. Then you got Chase Sundette, 14, was waiting for his turn to take his pig out into the show ring. He named his pig Moab because of the dirt his pig likes. I think the part Chase liked was the best. I think the part Chase liked the best was the buddy part, said his mother, Marilyn. It gives our special kids an opportunity to participate in the community events and hang out with their peers at Springville High School. Again, I'm asking, where did it all go wrong? FFA Greenhouse Teaching Labs. Monica Giffing had so much fun last year. Pointing to nearby. Let's see. Where's the thing about the her? I think maybe it's just her in the picture. Yeah, it's just this. So, Faith shows her pig with the help of MEDINA DORE during the Utah State Junior Livestock Show at the Spanish Fork Fairgrounds on Wednesday. There's more pictures. There she is again. There's MEDINA right there. The face of tyranny, the face of a liar. That one right there. Not the little girl in the front. She's fine. She's just showing her pig. She's just doing her thing. And there she is again. Disheveled, unkempt, beastly, dirty. And this is the cleanest representation you're going to see of her in the public pig wrestler records we're going to look at today. Okay, so here is a photo gallery of the pig wrestling. Now, I think my mom sent me this one. I don't know if MEDINA's in this specifically. Yep, there it is. Look, it's pork barrel spending. What? Y'all, I'm going to tell you, it's a trigger warning. Something about looking at these pictures is disgusting. It's just something about it. And I'm from Louisiana. Look, Mardi Gras is basically this. You got to chase the pig around. You got to chase the chicken around. Like, that's original Mardi Gras. Okay. But, like, I don't know. Something about this just feels just disgusting and despicable. Like, I don't get it at all. It's pork barrel spending, literally. Utah County Fair held a pig wrestling competition. And it's not where you, like, pretend to be a pig and wrestle. No. You wrestle the pig. You're wrestling the pig in the mud. Team Magically Piglicious, Rachel Rawl, Julie Rawl, Nicole Thomas, and MEDINA DORE were the fastest at putting their pig in a barrel. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. This is the hag that lied about Ben. This is the hag that lied about Ben. This is the hag that lied to the judge under criminal penalty. Doesn't she have something else better to do than be the fastest to wrestle a pig into a barrel? But that didn't stop her from being out there and doing it. She put the pig in a barrel. Help. Help. Is this wonderfully pigalicious right here, girl? Girl. Wow. And guess what? Shortly after they did all this pig wrestling, they shut it down for animal abuse. I don't know if that's MEDINA, but it does kind of look like her. But this is like the image in my mind when I think about the Provo Police Department at this point. I mean, look at those Provo police as far as I'm concerned. The Utah County Fair will not feature pig wrestling this year. This is 2016, I think, according to fair officials. Though it's been part of the fair for years. It involves teams of four wrestling a pig into a barrel. But this year, teams will have to compete somewhere else. Yeah, like some back alley warehouse or something, girl. I mean, ew. Fair director Mike Stansfield said the event was approved for 2016, but the contractors who usually provide the pigs declined to come, citing scheduling issues and past problems. Yeah, probably when Medina shoved the pig into the barrel. Jeremy Beckham, the director of the Utah Animal Rights Coalition, says he's happy to hear the news. He said, "We're thrilled that the pig wrestling won't be taking place at the Utah County Fair this year. The pigs that are used in this event are obviously terrified. They have their legs pulled, their ears pulled, they're slammed into barrels. When I attended the last couple of years, I frequently saw pigs limping out of the ring because they were being manhandled so roughly by people like the likes of Medina." Huh? The pig wrestling is one of many inhumane events at the fair. He cited rodeo events. Large groups of animal rights activists attended the fair in years past to protest the event. Oh, this is extortion. This is extortion. There's going to be more disruptions if they come back. I want them to know Utah does have a large community of people who care about animals, and this is going to stay on our radar. And frankly, their abusive event is not welcome in our state. And it doesn't come as a shock to me to find out that Medina has been doing abusive things for years. She's been being abusive for years. Anytime she perceives them to be less powerful than her, she just steps on them and wrangles them into a barrel. And I can't stop thinking about the fact that she was saying to Ammon, Ben can't be making much money on this YouTube stuff. He can't be who gives a flying rat's ass if he does it for no money? How can he afford to travel? Bitch, why are you pocket watching? Worry about your own $91,000 a year you getting or whatever. Worry about your own self. And, Naga, this is something I've thought about a lot. Actually, I've spoken to my teacher a lot about this. Like, I was raised eating meat. And where I come from, the culture that I come from, we eat, like, all the parts. Like, they make stuff out of every part of the animal. And the culture I come from, they hunt. So it's not as much of this, like, of course, now they do. They go to the grocery store and buy meat. But my teacher did say, and he's a Kriya yoga practitioner. Generally you want to do like ahimsa, which is like no harm. You don't want to harm, and eating animals is harmful to the animal. And there's layers and levels to this. I believe that there are certain levels to things. Ultimately, I would like to be a vegetarian fully, but unfortunately for me, because I grew up eating meat, my body is completely dependent upon that type of food. Like, I did completely stop eating meat at one point and I became ill. like I was getting protein, I was getting fiber, but it does take a bit to transition. I'm not going to go so far as to say if you eat meat, you're necessarily the same as the people who slam a pig into a barrel. I can absolutely not get on board with that type of a logic. If somebody's, making steps, like that's what the notion of ahimsa is. It's like you're doing the least amount of harm in a situation where you have an option to do so. I cannot imagine a single situation where groups of 4 people need to be dressed up as Wonder Woman slamming a pig. Like, that's not going to hurt your health if you don't do that. Again, like I said, I would like to ultimately be a vegetarian, but I just was so meat dependent, like growing up. Like, if it wasn't a meat on the plate, it wasn't a meal. That was a snack. And that's just how it was. So it does take a while to kind of like get your body used to like doing something different. And you can actually make yourself very sick, which I did. And it's kind of learning and stuff. I do not think that is the same. And maybe that's my bias because it's me. But, oh, yay, I can't wait to go to the county fair and slam a pig into a barrel with my closest friends and roll around in mud. Oh, no, girl, that is so much more serious to me. That is crazy. That is nasty and abusive. That being said, so now we have Medina DORE having a history of abuse against animals, according to the Utah Animal Rights Coalition, saying that this event is abusive. We also have an event of Medina allowing someone to overdose and die right in front of her by callously not informing the appropriate medical people that the guy had taken drugs at all. And then the next year she gets awarded the employee of the month. Then the next year I really don't owe anyone an explanation. If I want to go eat a steak, I will. So, I mean, that's period. Like, you worry about yourself and I'll worry about myself. I really don't owe anyone an explanation, but it is absolutely true that wrestling a pig and harming a living pig is not the same as happening upon some meat that is already made and has already been killed. That isn't the same. I'm willing to go so far, but I'm not willing to play pretend and roll around in the mud with the pigs. You know what I mean? So if you don't like it, get the fuck off my channel. That's how I feel about it. Because just as soon as I get ready to eat a steak, I will. So that's how I feel about it. And I don't owe anybody an explanation, truly. Nobody. I owe nobody an explanation either. So anyway, also, I do kind of like going to the rodeo sometimes, but as I've gotten older, it is kind of like, why they got to do all that? Like, I don't know. It's cultural though, too. It's kind of like thinking about like how you grew up and stuff. Anyway, so we have a history of Medina lying. We have a history of her being abusive toward animals, according to the Utah Animal Rights Coalition. And we have a history of her being a liar. So this is an unethical, uncouth hag who absolutely needs to be exposed. And she challenged Ben to look into something more important than the Bricks and the Minifigs scandal. And I don't know if he's going to take her up on that, but I most certainly did. So that being said, thankfully there's no more pig wrestling at the Utah, putting the pig in the barrel at the Utah State Fair. Let's see, what's this? Utah, let's see. High school sports. I guess she played basketball. This is just all the different public records that I had found. Let's see, where is it? Medina DORE. 5'8"? Really? Springville. She said she was from Springville. I guess this is her stats. I don't know how to read basketball stats, girl. I barely even know how that sport works. You put the ball in the basket. If you do a foul, somebody gets to shoot. Anyway, I guess she played basketball. Not only that, girl, did you know she was the queen of pickleball? She was a queen of pickleball. Yep. Royal Spotlight Medina has been making a splash and coming up with some big wins recently. This is from 3 years ago. She works hard and it's paying off. Remember when she said in her Vimeo video that she likes pickleball? I like to play pickleball and fly drones, and my priority hobby is flying drones and looking in the video and doing videos and videography. I like to do that too. Okay, well, here's her pickleball spotlight, girl. This is public record. When did you start playing pickleball? She started in the summer of 2021. She was taking a walk through the Payson Park. At the pickleball courts, I saw a flyer for an upcoming ladder and decided to sign up. I showed up with my special Walmart paddle and got my butt kicked. Her goals are to play competitively at 5.0, whatever that means. Who know? I don't know nothing about pickleball. I think it's kind of like tennis. That's the only thing I know about it. It got paddles and balls. What is a paddle brand you love? Engage. Favorite pickleball shot? The Masters. Dave Soily and Jay Stefan have converted me to the lob. Your city, Spanish Fork. Okay, on this public Facebook post, family, emoji with the heart kissing. Richard Jorgensen. Okay, not Jorgensen, Jorgensen, all right? Keep that in mind, because I looked into him too. Listen, Medina should have never challenged Ben and the public to look into something more important and more special and more all whatever she was doing, something better than the Bricks and the Minifigs, because you know what's better to look into than the Bricks and the Minifigs? The public servants who are allowing the corruption to continue. That's better to me. Richard Jorgensen, heart emoji. Take a screenshot, y'all. This ain't gonna be up long. You know it's coming down. You know it's coming down. Take a screenshot. You know it ain't gonna be up long. You know it ain't gonna be up long. Queen of Pickleball. Spanish Fork family, Richard Jorgensen, job. Cop emoji. She should have put pig wrestler right there. Favorite restaurant is Sushi Ya in Orem. Favorite dessert, give me sugary diabetes on a plate. Yikes. Favorite vacation spot, Park City, close to home for a quick getaway, but plenty to do. Queen of pickleball, girl. There she is right there. That's the face of a liar. That's the face of a tyrant. That's the face of somebody who is willing to lie in a search warrant application. Look at her. Take it all in. It's gonna be took down. It's not gonna be up. You know it's going down. Now somebody said she's done made her whole Instagram account. She made it private, then she deleted it. Let's see if we can see. Is that her right there? Let me take my little screenshots. There she is right there. I think that's her in the middle. She makes such a grotesque face. It's hard to tell. Sandy City Fire. Is this the same day? They doing the pickleball too? Is that her right there? Yep, there she goes right there. Take your screenshots, everybody. Take your screenshots of the public servant, the queen of pickleball. The queen of, look at her. Look at the queen. The queen of pickleball right there. Look at her. The queen of pickleball. Queen. Pickleball queen right there. Queen. Queen of pickleball. Oh, she wasn't a queen today. She won 3rd place that day. That's the queen. This one's the queen that day. I don't see her in this one. Is that her? Oh, man. Oof. Girl. Don't you have something better to look into? Doesn't Ben have something better to do and look into? This is pickleball, I guess. Yay. She's lobbing and bobbing, girl. She's lobbing and bobbing. This is her. This is Miss. I know we don't have a code for extortion, but I'm going to lie to the judge and tell him we do anyway. I'm going to lie to the judge and tell him we got a code. Probable cause. Such bad technique, AB said. Okay, I had enough of that. Thank you. Yep, Queen of Pickleball. Yep, Queen of Pickleball. Let's see, there's another pickleball thing here I wanted to show y'all. Surely she could think of something better to do than wasting her time all day doing pickleball. Surely she could think of something better to do, like learn what the Constitution says or something. No, I don't want no freaking cookie. Okay, look, she lost. She ain't the queen this day either. She lost. See, the winner was Paige. Yep. Don't we have something better to do? Nope. Looking into corrupt cops is pretty much my top priority. What's this now? Probably one of the rare paddles we get to review.
Okay, so today I'm very honored because I have the Wika air paddle with me by QD, or some people call it Guangdong or Wingyong. So it's a very nice paddle with a gold H.
I don't know why this ended up on the list.
It says that this is a Gen 4. At the same time,
I don't know. That was on my list. I don't know. Maybe she was tagged in it and she ain't no more. Sometimes the crawler picks stuff up. So I guess she also did high school sports, which we did look at. Oh, this was a MEDINA DORE page on Instagram and it's gone. Another one. Oh my Lord. Okay, let me put it over here by this other deleted Instagram. Okay, so this was a... Oh, we already looked at that, right? Yeah, we looked at that, Deseret. So I think I have her Instagram link here. MEDINA DORE, Dina Dore. Even that, it just sound, yep, that's her Instagram. It's gone, girl. Let me see if I can put it into the PH. Let me see if I can put it into PH. The, what's it called? Archive today. I want to search save snapshots. Let's see if somebody saved it. No. I don't think Wayback Machine lets you archive these anymore. Like social media pages, it won't let you archive them. So it's gone. It is gone. Gone, gone, gone. Oh my gosh. Leather mask and paddles. Welcome to Utah. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Okay, so the Instagram's gone. But remember this post over here about being the queen of pickleball? Just have it up. No, let's get rid of this. Let me close some of these tabs before my stuff starts glitching again. The pigs. She's a pig in the mud. This. We saw that. Okay. I wanted to remind y'all of the queen of pickleball saying Richard Jorgensen. Okay. Absolutely have something way better to do today than look into Ammon McNeff, and that's to look into this corrupt cop. And since she put her heart emoji, kissy emoji out public, I just ran a couple quick searches for Richard Jorgensen. This I came across, which kind of freaked me out.
Behavior in which you would.
This is from 2 years ago. So the title of this YouTube video, Springville officer fired after making allegations of harassment and misconduct.
Fail to disclose, you would fail to support a coworker because of their gender is a consistent behavior that occurs throughout the country.
After she made accusations.
So the reason I am playing this to y'all, if you look at the description box, this is from 2024. A Springfield police officer is accused of dishonesty involving a case that happened 9 months before she reported her sergeant for misconduct and made allegations. She was being harassed by Officer Jorgensen. Oh, this is a E-N. That's not the same officer then. All right, so I don't know if that's the one, if that's the same one. So I won't even play that one because I don't want to make, it seem like it's an allegation of something if that's not the right name spelling. Okay, next. I did find there is a Richard Jorgensen. Actually, somebody sent me this. I didn't find this specific one. Who's a police officer? Okay. Could this be Medina's husband? Could she be in a police officer family? Could it be she's married to another police officer? Yeah. Richard Jorgensen, this is the oath. Remember I always tell y'all these people violate their oath? This is the oath that's getting violated. Oath of office. Richard Jorgensen, S-O-N, having been appointed to the office of correctional officer, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. He signs it, looks like his middle initial is D, on October 10th, 2023. Okay, so about the same year that Miss Pickleball Queen was winning Pickleball Queen, this Richard Jorgensen became a correctional officer. Okay, 2023, Utah State Archives. So I'm like, well, hold on, correctional officer? Okay, Richard Jorgensen. Interesting. They got one of them in the Utah that is a correctional officer. So I looked further. It appears there's two Richard Jorgensens. Okay, so maybe one's her husband. Maybe one is her father-in-law. One of them, according to fastbackgroundcheck.com, is 27-year-old Richard Jorgensen, born in 1999. And the other is like a 50-something-year-old Richard A. Jorgensen. Okay, so we know the one that signed the oath is Richard D. Jorgensen. He signed this oath to become a correctional officer 3 years ago, 2023. And app.copdb.org lists a Richard A. Jorgensen who was previously with the Springville Police Department. Now, I want to remind y'all of that Vimeo video from yesterday. Because don't take my word for it. You know what I keep thinking too? Like, this lady is deleting all this stuff. This woman's someone is deleting all this stuff having to do with her. Meanwhile, she wants to go digging through all Ben's information without anybody even knowing. All I'm doing is looking at public records and public stuff. The one with the 13 views, yes, ma'am. I mean, now it has thousands because of my video. I wonder, did anybody else cover that yesterday? Yesterday was such a whirlwind. Everybody was just like, part 3, part 3, part 3. I don't even know if anybody really even started looking into this lady yesterday. I might have gotten a little head start on that from everybody else, but I'm interested to see if anybody else is going to cover this. I'm just bringing up that video. That's now deleted. Sorry, this is not available anymore. It is if you're me. And I want to remind y'all that she said she lives in Springville, or she grew up in Springville. Okay? Don't take my word for it. We're going to hear it from the pig's mouth. Okay? Head start, girl. You ran around the block.
Hey guys, I'm Medina DORE. It's my 4th semester in the MPA program. I originally grew up in Springville, Utah, and my husband and I, we still live in southern Utah County. Things that I like to do, I like to keep busy, so I love playing pickleball.
Wrestling pigs in the mud.
I love photography.
Literally.
Right now, my current top priority hobby is I like to fly drones. So I do a little bit of videography on the side. Currently, I work for Provo PD. I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. And
might be time to get a new job, girlfriend.
Taking this class just because of everything that's going on right now. With the
in the political climax.
And just things happening abroad.
I'm pretty sure this girl wants to be in the FBI or something. Anyway, because y'all heard her. She grew up in Springville. Grew up in Springville. So anyway, back to Richard A. Jorgensen. He used to work at the Springville Police Department. It's interesting because she lists Richard Jorgensen as family heart. Okay, now, we did just see that there appear to be 2 Richard Jorgensens. Richard A. Jorgensen and Richard D. Jorgensen. Also, this says he was previously an officer. Potential incidents. I click on the link. Now, I'm just going to, for right now, because this is a live investigation, we're investigating together, I'm just going to, for right now, assume these 2 Jorgensens might be related. The son might be a correctional officer. The dad might be a retired or fired police officer, Richard A. Jorgensen, Richard D. Jorgensen. I don't know that to be the case. But let's just, for right now purposes, let's just assume that it's possible that's what's going on. This is the older one. Springville officer fired after making allegations of sexual harassment and police misconduct. Springville, Utah, a police officer is accused of dishonesty involving a case that happened 9 months before she reported her sergeant for misconduct and made allegations that Officer Richard Jorgensen, they spelled his name this way again. Maybe they're just spelling it different. Jorgensen. Because look, on this page it's S-O-N. Maybe they're just spelling it wrong here. It says potential incident. I don't know if this is the same Richard Jorgensen. That would be confusing if there was a Richard Sin, a Richard Son, 2 Richard Sons. But listen to this anyway. Listen to the Springville police incident that happened. So this female police officer reported that she was being sexually harassed by another police officer, namely this Jorgensen guy. And all of a sudden, after she reported that she got sexually harassed by him, now she gets fired. Why did she get fired? For an incident that happened 9 months ago. Oh, you were dishonest 9 months ago. Okay? Officer Katie Powell was terminated last December. When is this from? 2024. Last December. And has filed an EEOC complaint. Oh, I'd like to get my hands on that. A News 2 investigation uncovered visual evidence that Sergeant Kenneth Ely failed to tell Officer Powell on July 14th, 2023, that the suspect she pulled over for speeding and was investigating for a DUI due to the smell of marijuana disclosed to him he actually had a traumatic brain injury. Okay, why is this important? When someone has a TBI, traumatic brain injury, they don't perform the same all the time on these tests. Field sobriety tests are notoriously unreliable in general, but especially when somebody has a physical disability or a brain injury or something like that, your eyes can move differently, your pupils can dilate differently. You can, obviously if you have some type of back or knee injury, you're not going to be able to stand on one leg equally on both sides and stuff like that. So these are notoriously biased tests. I would never take a field sobriety test again myself. Just no way. But I would probably submit to the blowing the thing or whatever. Maybe it would just depend. But anyway, so this officer, female officer, she's on the scene, and apparently her partner on the scene didn't tell her, hey, that guy has a traumatic brain injury. Just didn't tell her. This becomes important. Exactly 4 days after, she arrested Connor Monfredi for DUI. She was called to his home where she says he told her partner about the traumatic brain injury. So the female cop gets a call from the person she had arrested for a DUI. She shows up at that person's house days later and she's like, hey, what's up? The victim, the person driving the traumatic brain injury guy, he's like, hey, look, I told your partner that I had a traumatic brain injury. Okay. She reviewed her body camera video and come to find out, yep, the disclosure was made 8 minutes in. Hold on, let me make sure. Katie Powell terminated. Yeah. So she reviewed the body camera footage and she saw, yeah, that did happen. She says she immediately reported this to Sergeant Larry Teuscher, who told her to write up a supplemental report making the disclosure. And this is exculpatory evidence. Which case does this come from? Pop quiz. Which case does the exculpatory evidence come from? All together now, Brady versus Maryland. This is Brady material. Stuff that would help a criminal defendant to basically exonerate. When you see exculpatory, you could think exonerate. Like basically make them it less likely they did the crime, help them to prove their innocence. These are different ways to say it, but exculpatory evidence is evidence that would help the defendant out. For example, if there was a confession, that's the kind of like landmark one, right? Like if somebody else confessed to the crime, the prosecutors know it and the cops know it, they have to tell that. It has to be it has to be disclosed. Drug test results that come out negative, they can't just keep that in their pocket. They have to hand it to the defendant. Drug test was negative, stuff like that. So in this case, yes, Brady, you got it, David, you got it. So in this particular case that we're looking at with this Jorgensen fellow, who may or may not be somehow connected to Medina, we'll find out. I have more links, but I just want to kind of discuss what is going on here. They arrested somebody for failing a test, for failing a field sobriety test or whatever, but he had a traumatic brain injury. She said she didn't know that at the time she arrested him. Then she later gets called to the house. The guy tells her, hey, I had a traumatic brain injury. She's like, oh, okay, bet. She writes up a report. She tells her sergeant. The sergeant tells her to write up a report. And this is exculpatory evidence. Why? Because it helps to make him have a reason. It helps the defendant. Hey, I have a TBI. That's why my eyes were jumping around. That's why I couldn't say the alphabet back. Whatever the case may be. So that's where we are in the story so far. She also says Teuscher told her he would take care of it. The News obtained the police report and that supplemental report where she wrote up the extra, oh, he had a TBI. And she's required to do this under the Brady material policy. Our investigation, the News, further found that nothing was done. Police Chief Lance Haight, oh God, what a terrible last name. Police Chief Lance Haight says he didn't know about the incident until the News requested the body camera footage, which he initially denied. Officers must, this is the, wait. This is a confusingly written sentence. This is a long-ass sentence, too. Two News Investigates obtained the police report and the supplemental report Powell filed, as she is required to do under the policy. The News said our investigation further found nothing was done. Police Chief Lance Haight says he didn't know about the incident until the News requested the body camera footage, which he initially denied. So what, did he initially deny the request for the body camera footage, or did he initially deny that the incident occurred? This is the Brady policy, just for completeness here. Springville Police Department Policy 605.3, officers must include in their investigative report adequate investigative information and reference to all material evidence and facts that are reasonably believed to be either incriminating, that would be inculpatory, or exculpatory, which would be kind of like more like exonerating. That's kind of a legal term of art. I really shouldn't be using that word, but to help to prove the innocence. Springville Policy 320.38, failure to disclose or misrepresenting material facts. Okay, so the body camera footage clearly shows Sergeant Ely failed to tell her, okay, so the sergeant on the scene failed to tell Katie Powell, the lady that's now suing, that the victim had a TBI, and even assisted in the standardized field sobriety testing of Manfredi, who became extremely emotional and said his encounters with police were making him want to end his own life. Whoa. So the police were picking on this guy, according to him. That's him right there. That's the officer who failed to tell about the traumatic brain injury. And I have reason to believe that some of these cops in Utah over there at the American Fork Police Department actually cause people to have traumatic brain injuries. But anyway, moving on. So after this particular victim citizen told the sergeant about the traumatic brain injury, then Katie Powell, the other cop, asked the victim, is there any reason why you can't perform the tests? And he said no. At no point did the sergeant say anything to the contrary. In fact, when Katie Powell, the female officer, asked Manfredi if he could do the tests, the sergeant is seen on the body camera turning his head the other way. He said, I had a TBI just like in 2021, but did you have a helmet? No, I had my helmet on, but my helmet shifted. Okay, so here's the footage. Let me pull up the audio on it. Hold on. Let's see.
We all can get distracted when we drive.
But what matters
I do
is
not
how we handle
want
it.
Whether we put our
the Secretary of Education barking at me on an ad. Where's the skip button? Former Springville police officer reports being fired after she made claims of sexual harassment and police misconduct.
A 2 News investigation, accusations of police misconduct that were not investigated, and a DUI arrest that may have been tainted.
A fired officer speaking exclusively to 2 News chief investigative reporter Wendy Halloran.
We have a problem in the policing profession. Women are treated unfairly. Period. End of discussion.
And the women treat people unfairly too. I saw Medina lie.
Katie Powell says she was fired from Springville, PD immediately after reporting police misconduct and sexual harassment. I'm going to walk you through the allegations of police misconduct as part one.
Okay, here's the allegations of the police misconduct. Imagine my surprise if I ever find out that this is Medina DORE's father-in-law.
Of this story, to be clear, what you're about to see is not why she was fired. She thought her superiors would have her back, but as you're about to see and evidence reveals, they
only wanted to grab her ass, it seems.
They have worked against her.
It was a very clear indication to me that the good old boys club in law enforcement is alive and well.
Yes, it is.
It's July 14th, 2023 in Springville. Police officer Katie Powell pulls over Connor Manfredi.
I had pulled him over for speeding, and then through the odor of marijuana, we started investigating it for a DUI.
Cops in Utah, I don't think
Sergeant
they know what it
Ely, her
smells like,
superior,
truly.
is there as backup. Notice he's wearing a body camera, but the light is not on. Powell is searching Manfredi's car. Manfredi is on the other side talking to Sergeant Ely. Listen closely to what he tells Ely.
I had a TBI just like in 2021, but how'd you get that?
Officer Powell tells Manfredi she's going to have him do field sobriety tests.
I'm going to run you through those just with what you have Honestly, the fact that you didn't know that you were going 70 is pretty concerning to me.
Manfredi becomes extremely emotional.
I want to die because of all these interactions I have.
They keep picking on these people in Utah. I swear, these cops like stalk people.
Standardized field sobriety tests are performed the same way nationally to assess impairment.
Okay, anyway, he was arrested, his car was impounded, and he was booked in the Utah County Jail. He was charged with DUI, a first offense, July 2023, by Springville prosecuting attorney Carl Gustavsson. On August 31st, the victim pled guilty to an amended charge of driving with measurable controlled substance, a Class B misdemeanor. As offered by Gustavsson, Springville Justice Court Judge Eric Jewell suspended the sentence and he was put on court-ordered probation and treatment in the case. So they forced treatment on him. I hate it. I'm going to jail. I'm sitting in jail. I don't care if I have to sit in solitary confinement. I will never consent to go into mental health treatment that is ordered by a freaking government court. Nope. Not doing it, because then they can drug you against your will and basically chemically lobotomize you. I'm not doing that. Absolutely not. 2 News Investigates spoke with Manfredi prior to this report. He was not aware the officer was fired. Here is the judge that forced court-ordered treatment on him. It was very clear indication to me that the good old boys club and law enforcement is alive and well. Chris Burbank is the retired Salt Lake City police chief. He reviewed the body camera footage and investigative documents associated with the case and says, we have a problem in the policing profession. Women are treated unfairly. And y'all also treat citizens unfairly. You left that part out. Our investigation also found Sergeant Ely failed to activate his body camera throughout the entire traffic stop. Utah has is a cesspool of that as well. Really sucks how often that happens. This is a violation of the department policy. Oh, good to know. Oh. I have new FOIA requests for somebody to make if somebody wants to make a FOIA request for me. Can somebody request the policy, the police body camera policy specifically, but the police policy handbook from American Fork Police Department, please? And the reason I'm asking y'all to do it is because whenever I ask for stuff, they don't give it to me. They know I'm a YouTuber. They figure it out. I try to request it anonymously, and then they ask for a government-issued ID and my name and my home address and my phone number. So it's like they won't give it to me once they find out who I am. I get discriminated against. So if somebody wants to look and request the American Fork Police Department policy specifically on body cam, but if you could get the whole policy handbook, that'd be good. And email me if you did it. Okay. Our investigation also found this guy, Sergeant. He's like the head guy on the scene. Look at him. He looks like a freaking menace. He looks unconstitutional. Our investigation found he did not activate his body camera throughout the entirety of the traffic stop with Manfredi, which is a violation of the department policy. Had it not been for Powell's body cam, there would have been no evidence showing if not for the lady's body cam, there would have been no evidence showing that the victim had even said this to this corrupt tyrant sergeant. Standardized field sobriety tests are performed the same way nationally. The National Highway Safety Assessment warns officers that abnormalities such as brain injuries can make the tests not standardized. At the point where he does disclose that he has an injury, he has a traumatic brain injury, it is interesting that there is not a discussion that occurred between the officers on the scene. And in fact, it's a little alarming. What else is being omitted in this process because of what reasons? When the female officer took the evidence of potential Brady material, which is misconduct, by Ailey to her supervisors or her superiors, the news, the news obtained these documents. They said, so when she went and tried to tell that he had done this stuff, there was no corrective action taken. Actually, they say, in fact, nothing was done until the news requested the video. Powell says she confided. So the lady cop says she confided in a Sergeant Teuscher, and her supplemental report shows that she did declare the existence of exculpatory evidence. She says a TBI, a traumatic brain injury for a driving under a DUI, investigation is exculpatory. We're required. It's the rules. We have to. And this is what happens a lot of times when you have a good cop following the law and following the Constitution. This lady, according to her version of the story, of course, there are 2-3 sides to every story, but if it's not hard for me to believe what she's saying, because a lot of times this happens. You'll have a whole corrupt, rotten to the core, filthy, dirty, low down, lion ass, tyrannical police department, and you'll have one or two cops within there that are just trying to follow the law and the Constitution and uphold the oath that they promised. They'll do the right thing, they'll report wrongdoing, and they'll get fired. This happens a lot. It doesn't surprise me if this did happen. A TBI, traumatic brain injury during a driving under the influence investigation, is exculpatory. We're required to provide all exculpatory information. Springville Police Department policy under Brady material specifically states that officers must include all material evidence and facts. She said her Sergeant Teuscher told her to write the supplemental report and he would take care of the rest. She says she later asked Sergeant Ely, the one who was there on the scene with her, why he didn't tell her. And he just brushed her off and said, I don't know. Behavior in which you would fail to disclose, you would fail to support a coworker because of their gender. Okay, I don't know if this is because of her gender. I think it's more because she was a whistleblower, but who knows. She was worried that the integrity of the investigation was compromised and that it was not an honest arrest. She was trying to be honest. So if the SFSTs are invalidated by a traumatic brain, so if the standard field sobriety tests were invalidated because of the traumatic brain injury, she's like, I didn't really have anything to arrest him. I should have let him go home that night. And think about it too. The guy said, like, I'm wanting to unalive my own self because of my interactions with the cops. Every time I see y'all are chasing me down, y'all are tracking me down. Then he ended up getting put in court-ordered surveillance, rehab or whatever, and for no reason. Because he failed the field sobriety test, but he had a good medical reason for doing so. She said she did not know. She's up here thinking like, man, it's weighing on her conscience. She's like, this kid, he's in rehab, he's in court-ordered treatment, he wants to unalive himself all because of a mistake. She asked the other officer, why didn't you tell me this? He said, This is the callous personality type that apparently you have to be a Utah police officer. Look at him. Teuscher. He looks unconstitutional too. 2 News investigates obtained the audit trail, which shows Katie, the female officer, accessed her body camera footage July 18th, 2023, the day Manfredi told her, the day Manfredi said he told her partner to confirm that he had said it. So the day she went over to his house, I guess. There's Jeremy Leonard. Even though she reported it to Sergeant Teuscher and to Lieutenant Jeremy Leonard, the audit trail reveals not a single person viewed it until News 2 Investigates requested the body camera footage. These corrupt tyrants. And in 57 minutes of the request, the chief looked at Powell's body camera footage and 2 days later denied the FOIA request. And this is what keeps happening to me. I keep requesting stuff. They see who's requesting it and they deny it. They won't give it to me. Or they're like, oh, we need a blood sample. We need a fingerprint scan. Not really. I'm being a little hyperbolic, but they're like asking for like my first last name, my home address. Bitch, you're not getting none of that shit from me. And it's not required under the law. So I'm not going to be able to be passing along any FOIA requests back to y'all because they know who I am and they're discriminating against me. And this happened in American Fork. This happened in Draper. This happened in sometimes they'll give me some, but they won't give me all. This happened in American Fork, Draper, Provo. Everywhere I've requested in this case, I've run into issues that are unlawful. Every single one. Or they'll give me some stuff, but somebody else will do the request too, and they give them even more stuff than me. So the news said, look, nobody looked at this freaking body camera footage until we requested it over here from the news. And 57 minutes after I requested it, the chief himself, Chief Haight, looked at the body camera footage. 2 days later, denied the request for the FOIA or the GRAMA request. Let's see how the Department of Justice would look at and evaluate this police department and their professionalism. Do you have a pattern and practice of behavior that is alarming and concerning that causes you to investigate other areas? And boy, this is certainly wide open to, well, there it is. Chief Haight said he could not accommodate the request for an on-camera interview several weeks ago. We kept trying and sent him several emails with questions, and he said he could not comment on personal issues. Personnel issues. On Wednesday, he sent this email answering some of our questions. It's important to note that the chief reframed our questions. Thank you for the opportunity to address your questions. As you know, I cannot comment on matters related to personnel. However, I will do my best to answer your questions and provide some context. We do not feel it is appropriate to publish information about individuals' names, and therefore we have reframed your questions to eliminate references to members of the public. So they don't have any problem over there at the Springville, Utah Police Department violating people's rights, constitutional right to a fair trial and equal protection and due process, right? They violated Brady. They didn't give a flying rat's ass about that. They were informed that they violated someone's rights. They didn't give a flying rat's ass about that. They were informed that that violation of rights not only violated the Utah Constitution and the United States Constitution, but also the department policies. They didn't give a flying rat's ass about that. This guy probably had to get a lawyer, had to go to court-ordered treatment, had to be under government surveillance. They don't give a flying rat's ass about that. But all of a sudden, when it comes time for transparency and accountability against them, against the cops, now they don't want to say any members of the public's names. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? I understand you have a policy of not commenting on personnel issues related to employees. This is the first question. But I would like to ask if you have conducted an internal affairs investigation into Sergeant Ely regarding the DUI case requested through Grandma and his alleged failure to tell the arresting officer that the suspect told him he had a traumatic brain injury. No comment. We can say, pursuant to department policy, we investigate all allegations of misconduct. So they investigated it, but probably nothing happened. They probably gave him a raise. He probably got Employee of the Month next month. Isn't it in your policy, next question, when someone files a complaint to keep the complainant updated about the status of the investigation and then to apprise them of the final decision on it? Yes. The investigator should update. Did Sergeant Toysher do anything in the investigation matter? I want to get to the ones about when a complainant... You know what I'm finding here is they're talking about Toysher a lot. They're talking about Ely a lot. But you know who they're not talking about? Jorgensen. Didn't she also accuse him of sexual harassment? Why did you look at the body camera footage within less than an hour after I requested it? The news asked. Ooh, get him, girl. Oh, I was not aware of this incident prior to receiving your Grandma request. I watched the camera footage in an effort to determine why this case had garnered interest from an investigative reporter, and then denied the request. Were you ever made aware of what was on the tape? I was not aware of the body camera footage until your request brought it to my attention. Was this ever turned over to POST? Now remember, Medina DORE said she had POST training. We're unable to comment on personnel investigations. I can confirm employment for the following individuals. Officer. Can you confirm employment for the following individuals? This is crazy and corrupt. Hold on, let me take a screenshot because they're going to delete it. Actually, they might not. This is the news investigating them, so they might not delete it. The news said, can you confirm, this is what I'm trying to get to, this Jorgensen. For the following individual, it has to be him. Wait a second. Can you confirm employment for the following individuals? If they no longer work there, please provide the reason. Number 1, Officer Richard Jorgensen. He was employed from April 2023 to September 2023. He made it like no time. He wasn't there at any time at all. It doesn't give us a middle initial, unfortunately. Kenneth Ely, currently employed. Larry Toysher, currently employed. And he wouldn't give the reason why this guy only lasted 5 months. Richard Jorgensen. Hold on, let me go back to this. Richard Jorgensen became a corrections officer. Oh, now we're cooking with grease, y'all. The grease getting a little hot. The fire getting hot. He became what is a correctional officer? This is a cop that works at the jail or the prison. Correctional officer. He took his oath in October 2023. And this Richard Jorgensen, whoever he is, maybe the same one, stopped working for the Springville Police Department September 2023. Maybe he got fired. September 2023. And the next month, there's a Richard Jorgensen also in Utah becoming a correctional officer and taking his oath. I don't know if it's the same one, but it's starting to add up. He concludes his email with the following statement. I believe in being transparent with the community. I also firmly believe in accountability in our police department and in the privacy interests of our employees and our citizens. Any allegations against our officers will be reviewed to to ensure that the officer's actions complied with the department policies and procedures and to identify any disciplinary. Not only policies and procedures, what about the Constitution? They don't care about that over there? Don't care about that? Okay, so we got that one. Okay, so as we saw on this website, where was it? Because I'll just bring it back up. Hold on. Here. This one used to work, Richard A. Jorgensen used to work as an officer at the Springville Police Department. When we clicked this right here, it brought us to that article that we read. Springville Police Department, 2023 to 2023. He worked as a Utah County Sheriff office, over there, resigned. Why did he leave? Not recorded. Did he get fired for sexual harassment? I mean, that's the stuff. Media. 3. That. What did he get? Why did he leave? Because right here, look, from the sheriff's office, it says resigned. From the other Utah Department of Corrections, it says he resigned. This is not the time he started in 2023, though. So from 2019 to 2022, Richard A. Jorgensen. And why are we looking at this? Why do we care? Because Miss Queen of Pickleball, the one who violated Ben's rights by lying to a judge and getting an overbroad Google subpoena search warrant, she put her family as Richard Jorgensen. So I'm just trying to figure out from the public records who she's married to. I don't think it's this one. I think there's two Richard Jorgensens. There's a Richard A. Jorgensen, and we also are working with a Richard D. Jorgensen, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, are they two of them? Because this one, and he looks a little too old for her. I mean, like, be with who you want. I know age gap relationships exist, but it's starting to see like, okay, he kind of looks a little older than her. He also kind of looks like the middle initial is different. A and D are different initials. His employment doesn't line up. He did work as a corrections officer, but it was in 2019 to 2022. Then he went to the sheriff. He resigned from there to go work at the Springville Police Department, but then he left after only less than a year, just a few months. Departments. Oh, no, that was on the cops. So let me go back. Okay. So, what's this? Same thing. All right. So this is where things start to get real weird. Now I guess he is a real estate agent, realtor. Because, like, that's the same guy, right? I mean, that's obviously, unless there's a clone factory and they're all named Richard Jorgensen. Is this Medina DORE's father-in-law? Is she just in a cop family where her husband is a correction officer? Her father-in-law used to be a cop, but maybe got fired, maybe resigned. I don't know exactly what the story is. We're going to keep investigating. She's a cop. Realtor, customer support and general management, a seasoned leader with broad experience in customer support and conflict resolution. Like, this is the same guy, right? Like, Richard A. Jorgensen. Like, this looks like the same person to me. I'm tripping or what? This is the same guy, right? Put yes, no. Same guy, yes, no. Cop, realtor. Cop, realtor. By B and Co. Realty LLC. Vinesh said yes. Same guy. Yes, same. Same tooth gap. Same name. Look at the space between the fronts. I mean, it looks like him to me. That's him to me. Big tooth gap. Yeah, this got to be him. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, I didn't run the blood test. A seasoned leader with broad experience in customer support and conflict resolution. Oh, really? Highly practiced in using interpersonal skills to drive toward mutually beneficial results. Proven ability to meet deadlines, achieve operational objectives under difficult and varying circumstances. So this looks like more like a resume. Yep, he was a parole and probation agent from 2019 till 2025. He was a California state correctional officer. What happened between 2022 and 2025? Look at that resume gap. Oh, I guess 2019 to 2025, State of California. Interesting. He doesn't list anything about being a Utah or a Springville officer, which is interesting. Maybe it's because he left under bad terms. Accounting manager, integrated data systems. So maybe he was living in California at some point. Supervising a customer service manager at the roller warehouse in the 90s. Street cop training is one of his interests. Let's look at his interests. Bitch. They're never escaping the Mormon Mafia allegations. Stop. Look. Utah Department of Corrections is one of his interests. Yup. Man. So I'm curious, is Medina... I'm glad y'all had the same thought as me. I'm done. I'm done with this. It's inevitable. Street cops. They all corrupt whether they're Mormon or not, it looks like. Okay, so again, I'm not making any allegations against this guy, but I do want to continue to pull on these threads because it was said that that lady, Katie Powell, got fired because she reported police misconduct and SUL allegations. Let's see if we can find her EBCO complaint. I don't know who's in here. If I have any of my little helpers in here who know how to find complaints, what is it called? What kind of complaint is it? I think it said it here. Let me see. She filed a complaint. Let's see if we can find allegations against Jorgensen. Why? Why are we worrying about this? Why do I care? Well, because I'm looking in a Marina doorway. DORE. She said, and it would explain why she doesn't go by Jorgensen. She said, you would think Ben would have something better to investigate. And I took it as a personal challenge. I'm investigating her now, this public servant. And it appears that she is married into a family of public servants, at least from the working theory that I have right now. So I'm not making any allegations. This is an investigation. Thank you so much to Kitty Aki for the $5. BJ, where were we? Newsfeed. Pig wrestling at the fair. Oh, yeah. Deleted. Perfect timing. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Dencian, for the $5. What are the odds of a Frank's motion being filed against the search warrant? Is the Frank's motion the one where it's like the cops aren't protected by immunity? Let me see. I got to remind myself what's a Frank's motion. It's something to do with evidence, right? Motion in limine. A judge. Yeah. Okay. Asks the judge to suppress evidence obtained from a search warrant by proving the police included deliberate lies. Oh, 100%. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I'd say 90% chance a Frank's motion comes up for any evidence they found on Ben's Google. I would say 90% chance. That's just me guessing. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much to Mark. Legally Mime did a parody of Medina DORE on their dossier. Oh, I'll take a look at that. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Alex, for the $5 Canadian. In the Josh body cams, Ammon says the detective on the Provo case recently got promoted. I gotta write this down. I'm writing it down where I don't need electricity and it can't get hacked. Okay. This is such a good freaking point. Wow. I do remember him saying that. Okay. Do you remember which body cam and stuff? If not, it's okay. On body cam. Provo detective. Oh, yes, this is so good. I love live investigations. The detective on the Provo case, recently got promoted. And Alex says perhaps he had a hand in that, if he recalls it so candidly, or perhaps he just knew some other way. It's reminded me of when he's sitting there texting. He's sitting there texting. I'm like, who is he texting? What is he looking for? He's looking for her number. I'm going to say, is that Medina? DORE? Jorgensen? Thank you. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thanks so much to The Real Bone Factory for the $2. Just emailed a meme I made for your favorite detective. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a little bit. Shout out to Rose Investigates. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Dan Booze, for the £5 super chat. I was today years old when I learned that bald is a hair color. From the registry, hair color bald. Oh my God, that is funny. That is funny. Thanks so much to Justice Gypsy. This looks like animal abuse. Well, the Humane Animal Society or whatever agreed. Can we get this for all the cops involved? Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. I mean, it's gonna take us a while. We're gonna be here till next year if we do it this way. But sure. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much to Spike Frugal Fixer for the $4.99. How do you find out if DORE shared the information from the Google warrant with Ammon? I don't know. I have no idea because it ain't like they would tell us the truth. They lie. They liars. So why would they tell us the truth all of a sudden starting today? Thank you, Big Crunch, for the $4.99. She is a Vimeoer. She's a Vimeoer. She can't be trusted. Drone filmer. Lock her up. Search her emails. Lock her up. Get a subpoena. Don't tell her about it. Thank you. Get a search warrant from Google. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2. Fire's getting hot. Piggy's getting roasted. Thanks so much to Melanie for the $5. Street cop is diabolical and tyrannical. Look into them. Every state law enforcement has attended a street cop seminar. Okay. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Kitty Aki, for the $10. Can you dig into the Legally Mine connections and that Jorgensen real estate company? The issue I'm having is that the Jorgensen is spelled differently. And that's a different name. Now, it does appear like maybe sometimes it gets misspelled. I'm sure that does happen as well. We want to help you out. Listen, if somebody is able to connect the Jorgensens, especially spelled with the S-O-N, to Legally Mine in some way, oh, baby, we just cracked a RICO wide open. That BAM map, that BAM map must be over there viciously working away on a map connection of Jorgensen's right now. My spidey senses are tingling. Oh, this Richard Jorgensen, thank you so much to ABATT. I'm going to look that up. Oh, you have somebody found the American Fork Police Department policy? Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a look at that in a little bit. First, let me stay on this train of thought real quick. He said registered real estate agent. Okay. Let's see when he registered. Searching. Okay, it didn't come out. Let's see. Spanish Fork. Let's see if I can find the license number. Let's search by license number. Do another search. 142 419 93 hyphen SA. Is it O or 0? I guess it has to be O. It's not. Oh. Here's the 4-digit here. SA. Is it 00 or 00? It looks like 00. It looks like 00. Try that. No, nothing comes up. Let me try it with 00. 142 419 93 hyphen SA try 00. No, those are zeros. Okay, let's see. All right, let me go to Spanish Fork. Spanish Fork Realtor License Search. Okay, there's like an actual, maybe I could do containing. Let's try that. Jorgensen. We're looking for Richard. I don't see any Richard Jorgensen. Maybe if I just search like what you said. Spanish Fork Realtor 142-419-93 hyphen SA00. Nothing comes up. How'd you find that ABATT? When I type Jorgensen, nothing comes up for him on the Utah. Look, I did look it up by license number. It didn't work. I just did it like 3 times. It didn't work. All right, so I'll do it again just because, you know, y'all are telling me to, but it's not working. License number, core number, National Board of Realtors. What does that mean? Jorgensen would be her married name. Right, and she goes by DORE. You sending it to me over email. Okay, thank you. Okay, so what else do I have here? All right, so while we're looking that up, let me show y'all some of the stuff that I do have links for here. Keep it moving here. All right, so this is another article that has to do with those allegations again. Police chief, look at this demonic people. Look at this White Walker. They walk among us. I'll just say that. That's Lance Haight. You name somebody Haight, and that's what you get. Police chief told about officer's complaint 6 months ago. Recently said he was unaware. This came out in May 2024. Springville, Utah. The news found the Springville Police Department went to extraordinary lengths to keep Officer Katie Powell's body camera video of a DUI investigation hidden from public scrutiny. Well, this is just par for the course in Utah. And I don't want y'all to think I'm picking on Utah. I know there's other states that are terrible. With this type of stuff. Corrupticate. So the news did this investigation and they found out that this department, Springville Police Department, went to extraordinary lengths to keep Officer Katie Powell's body camera video of a DUI investigation hidden from public scrutiny. They went to extraordinary lengths. The news said we fought their denials and then challenged the heavy-handed redactions when we finally received the video. After the while, the police chief claimed he first learned of this incident after we requested the body camera video, but a recording tells a different story. They caught him in a lie. The body camera footage from July 14th, 2023 is at the center of a 2 News investigation. On that video, a disclosure was made by then suspect Connor Monfredi. He told Sergeant Kenneth Ely that he had a traumatic brain injury. We did kind of talk about this story earlier, so I'm not going to get into the details. I'm just going to kind of skim through here. He had gotten into a motorcycle accident in 2021. This was as Officer Powell was searching his car after she pulled him over for speeding. The sergeant made no mention of the traumatic brain injury to Officer Powell, who then put Monfredi through standardized field sobriety testing. On February 26, 2024, the news requested the body camera video from the Springville Police Department in this specific case, asking for all police body camera footage From the night of the arrest, 2 days later, we received a denial letter from the Springville Police Department, which was emailed to us by records custodian Megan Mendel. It was denied due to it being a protected record under grandma law, which is the public records law. That's like the FOIA in Utah. They cited records created or maintained for civil, criminal, or administrative enforcement purposes or audit purposes or for discipline or for licensing, certification, registration purposes. They don't have to release them because it might be reasonably expected to interfere with investigations undertaken for enforcement, discipline, licensing, certification, or registration purposes, and it would create a danger of depriving a person of their right to the fair trial. The letter further stated that, so they denied it. They said, no, we're not giving you the body camera footage. They were trying to hide it. They were trying to hide it to protect their thug criminal officer. The letter further stated that the case has been referred to the Springville Justice Court. The video was denied, but we could appeal. When in fact the case was referred to Springville Justice Court long ago, and he already pled guilty to driving with a measurable controlled substance, which is a Class B misdemeanor. That was all the way back in 2023, 6 weeks after his arrest. The Justice Court judge, Eric Jewell, sentenced him to 180 days in jail, but he suspended the sentence. This was like the plea in abeyance that they tried to offer to Ben. They tried to offer Ben a plea in abeyance in Provo, which means you plead guilty or no contest, but then they don't actually make you go to jail for your sentence. Absolutely not. Ben was like, no, did you watch the video? Your plea to what? I didn't do anything. And the prosecutor's like, no, I didn't watch the video, but do you want to plead guilty? In effect, the police department's basis for the denial was that it had referred the case to the Justice Court. In effect, SPD's basis for denial, that it was referred to the Justice Court, was a moot point, right? Because it was already over, and he had already done his sentence. The case had been adjudicated, but that didn't seem to matter when the denial was issued in 2 days from the time it was requested. The News called Mendel, and that's the public records lady, and she told us a legal assistant in the Springville City Prosecutor's Office told her she could not release the body camera footage because the case was still open. We emailed the prosecutor, Carl Gustavson, who had charged Manfredi with DUI in 2023, and asked how the police arrived at what we perceived to be a wrongful denial under grandma law. We also cited an exception under the law where audio and video recordings created by body cameras are not private when they record an encounter that is the subject of a complaint or legal proceeding against a law enforcement officer, which this was. This applies in this case. We did not receive a response until 2 weeks later when Mendel sent us the police report and a link to download the body camera footage. So they finally just gave the footage up. We responded telling her there was a slight problem with the requested body camera footage from that night. We had only received Officer Powell's footage. We were missing the footage from the 2 other officers at the scene. This is exactly what happened, exactly 100% what happened just very recently when I requested Dan McNeff body camera footage. I requested all footage. There were 3 officers on the scene. A male officer and a female officer were out there on the scene, on the deck. And then there was like a supervisor in the truck. They sent me 1 of 3 body cameras. Fine. Let's exclude the supervisor because he never got out of the truck. Okay, fine. But I did request dash cam footage. They didn't send that. They didn't send the dash cam footage. So this is an epidemic across the country. You request stuff and they see how little they can actually get away with before you actually have to sue them. And this is ridiculous. They bought the body cameras with our money. They passed the body camera ordinances with our money. They're our public servants. They're serving our public. They have to hand us that stuff, but yet they just don't. And this is exactly what happened with the Dan McNeff body camera footage. I asked for 3, I asked for all. I asked for dash cam, I asked for 911 call, I asked for police reports. They didn't even send me half of what I asked for. Now I wonder if the policies were violated by turning off the body cams. I do wonder. Ghosty Kitten said she went to school with Medina. Girl, send me the yearbook pictures. Send me the yearbook pictures. So that happened here again, and this could possibly be somebody that is in the family of corrupt, lying, filthy, dirty tyrant Medina DORE. Richard Jorgensen. Could be. Let's see. When we paid for the footage, she said we were missing footage from the other 2 officers. When we paid for the footage, they did get the footage from the female officer. We were told there was no body camera footage of either one of them, and Corporal Sampson was not equipped with a body camera at the time. And Sergeant Ely must have had his battery die. No, he freaking didn't turn it on, or he turned it off, or some other reason. Chris Burbank, a retired Salt Lake City police chief, reviewed the body camera footage we received and documented evidence of our fight to obtain it. You don't have a story if they just give you all this in the first place and say, here you go. Exactly. If they would just hand it all over in the first place and say, here it is. The fact that they're covering up, the fact that they're lying, the fact that they're acting like they didn't know something that they knew, that's the story. He said, now you have quite a story to tell. As does this particular officer who has been terminated. Remember, the lady got fired. That's what this whole thing came to light about because of anyway in the first place. This former police chief doesn't believe this was handled transparently by the Springville police chief, Lance Haight, and the department in and of itself. It calls into question the entire department's integrity as well as the office of the chief simply because they inappropriately denied access to a public video. When Springville Police Department finally produced the video, Mindell put a black box over Manfredi, making it difficult to see him attempt to perform the sobriety test. An undercover detective also at the scene that night was obscured with a black box, for which we understood and respected. But we argued there was no basis whatsoever for continuing to obscure the victim, Manfredi. We sent the following email. Hey, respectfully, why was Connor Manfredi blurred during the encounter? We believe that to be wrongfully redacted, and there is no basis for doing that, certainly not to the degree where it obstructs the ability to fully see the STs, the field sobriety tests. Nor was an exception cited, so y'all blurred something without giving us the exception. Could you please resend it without the big box over Manfredi? The public has a right to see him, who was convicted, and in an inherent right to see law enforcement in the course of their duties. The department has engaged in heavy-handed redaction of this body camera footage. The news sent them this email. This is a public record. It occurred on a public street. And therefore, we ask that you lift these redactions as soon as possible and within 24 hours. The case was adjudicated, and that is why I have the video. He said the DUI, or she, the records person, they always got some bitchy little records person that's just ready to censor everything, don't they? It's been redacted in a way as it discloses the identity of one of our major crimes detectives. We are required to protect their information as their identities are not readily known to the public. Having their faces and identities available to the public could put their safety at risk, as I am sure you can understand. I've attached a couple grammar codes to help better understand why we redacted it in such a way. The cops continued to justify this phony, stupid, illegal redaction. They cited that it was clearly an unwarranted invasion of his personal privacy. It wasn't an invasion of his personal privacy to force him to go to court-ordered treatment where they could force him to put chemicals and substances in his body against his will. It wasn't against his, privacy for any of that, to get all involved in his medical shit. It wasn't against his privacy to arrest him for something he didn't do. It wasn't against his privacy to have him all out on the street in the first place, but now it's against his privacy and now they care. Okay. Seems like more lies coming from Utah police officers to me. The day our initial report was to air, just after 2:30 p.m., we received a response to some of our questions from Chief Haight. He then elaborated on the redaction, which was in serious question over the amount of obscuring. With little time until our first report was scheduled to air, the chief reversed the decision regarding what he believed to be heavy-handed redaction of a public record. It was a public record. It was on a public street. There was no unwarranted invasion of privacy, and Chief Haight claimed the black box effect is strictly the result of limited redaction technology. So he changed his story. With regard to your requests, our redaction technology is limited. The black box effect you encountered in your review is strictly the result of limited technology. I'm working on a way to get you that video and put it in a way that the identity of the officer whose identity needs protection is obscured. At 3:36 p.m., the chief sent an email saying they were successful in redacting the video per our request, and we received a link to download it shortly after. We thanked him for helping us so that we could add the newly unredacted video in time for our report. But then they found him lying. The recording tells a different story. When asked why he looked at Powell's body camera video 57 minutes after we requested it. What does that sound? What the hell was that? Did y'all hear that? Oh, it might be a weather warning. Oh my God. Critical imminent threat National Weather Service, a flash flood warning is in effect for this area until 5:30. This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding. Oh my God. Girl, it is serious out there. Jesus. Y'all heard it, huh? Dun, 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 dun. I ain't going out there. I'm staying right here. Y'all thought it was a BAM alert. Woo. Okay, so the recording tells a different story. When asked why he looked at Powell's body camera video 57 minutes after the news requested it, he responded in writing, "I was not aware of this incident." In writing. I wasn't aware of the incident. Oh, look at this demon, y'all. My God. If I showed up for a job interview and that guy interviewed me, I would say no thank you. I don't want to work under no demon. This guy, they walk among us. That thing looks like a sadistic sociopath. Like, just look at him. Oh my God. I'm scared of him. I ain't scared of nothing and nobody, but that one right there, I'm staying away from that. Oof. He said he wasn't aware of this incident prior to receiving the public records request, and he watched the camera footage in an effort to determine why this case had garnered interest from an investigative reporter. Period. Okay. Do y'all see this right here? This little freak, this little goblin, he saw who requested it. He saw who requested it. He saw who requested it. It was the news. And he went, oh shit, and went over to get the record himself. Why is the news asking for this? Oh shit, this is going to be on the news. Oh no. And this is precisely why the Utah grandma statute, the FOIA statute in Utah strictly prohibits police departments from asking people to identify themselves in a FOIA request, a grandma request. The law is police departments can literally not force, as a condition of turning over the records, they cannot force you to tell what your name is, what your number is, and what your identity is. They can't. Why? Because corruption. They see the news is requesting it and they start hiding it. They see a YouTuber is requesting it and they start hiding it. That is why. It is discrimination. Yes, it is. It's discrimination. It's corruption. It's tyranny. It's lying. But there's already a fix built into the law. The law does not allow them to force you. Now, if you want to, you can voluntarily give your name. That's fine. But and for the most part, if it's just a regular old person, out here who's not, exposing corruption as a general practice, then they won't know. But once it's like, oh, hi, I'm NBC News and I'm requesting your data of this, that, and the other, they then are like, oh shit, this is going to go on NBC, so I can't turn it over. Now we got to fight it and all this stuff. Whereas if Joe Schmo, John Doe down the street with his little Provo, Utah address requests it, then they might give it to him. So this is the reason why they not supposed, and this has happened to me now in two departments, Draper, Utah, and American Fork. Both of them have tried to force me to identify myself when I'm trying to request something as an anonymous. They try to force me to identify myself, and one of them told me illegally and unlawfully, and I responded back and emailed back and CC'd the city attorney, and I said, you need to understand the law a little bit better because you are exposing your city and your police department to civil liability and losing money in a lawsuit because you don't understand how the law works. I mean, I said it nicer than that a little bit, but like, once they see who you are, a lot of times this happens. 57 minutes after the news requested the body cam, even though nobody had ever looked at this body cam before, he's over there like a little roach, like a little rat, looking at the body cam footage, and then decides he don't want to hand it over because it's going to go to the news. Look, he admits it. I watched the camera footage in an effort to determine why this case had garnered interest from the news. Look at him, Lance Haight, looking like a demon. We also asked him if he was aware of what was on the video. He wrote, I was not aware of the body camera footage until your grandma request brought it to my attention. But that contradicts what he was told in November 2023 during a disciplinary hearing for Powell. Now it's going to hit the fan. Now it's going to hit the fan. Two News Investigates obtained a recording from that disciplinary hearing. Whoa, I want to hear it. So Powell, okay, so again, why are we talking about this? Again, we're investigating Jorgensen, Richard Jorgensen. There appears to possibly be two of them. There appears to be a Richard A. and a Richard D. Jorgensen. The reason that we're looking at this whole thing about a DUI and a TBI and all that is because this lady, she had the red hair, she was a cop, she was fired. She was fired. And the stated reason for her being fired was dishonesty. However, she sued over unlawful firing. And she said, no, dishonesty, my ass. They fired me because I reported sexual harassment at work. They fired me in retaliation for whistleblowing. And they fired me in retaliation for basically stepping over my supervisor when he did something wrong. And in that case, that's this one we're looking at. Jorgensen. So we're looking at this. She said, we obtained a copy or a recording from the lady cop that got fired from the disciplinary hearing. It was held at an office in City Hall. The cop's attorney, Jeremy Jones, accompanied her, and they were met by Springville Director of Administration Patrick Mooney, Chief Haight, Lieutenant Jeremy Leonard, who conducted the internal affairs investigation of Powell, and Heidi Westerman, Human Resources Generalist. Both sides recorded the nearly 26-minute-long hearing. Powell, the one who got fired, previously told the news and records. I don't know what this sentence is. She previously told 2 news investigates and records show she later complained about Sergeant Ely's conduct during that TBI, DUI thing, the traumatic brain injury stop. Records show she complained about this to Sergeant Teuscher, who seemingly did nothing about it other than tell her to write a supplemental report to disclose exculpatory evidence. Additionally, Powell sent a text message dated August 21st, 2023 to Teuscher. So the lady also texted him, asking if he had advanced her complaints to the lieutenant or the chief. He did not respond. He ghosted her in the text message. Then Powell filed the same complaint again with another sergeant, Sergeant McCoy, and then he advanced it to Lieutenant Leonard. The lady that got fired, the lady cop, she met for an interview with Lieutenant Leonard about this back in August before she was fired. She explained that she was being sexually harassed by Officer Richard Jorgensen, and she had filed a complaint against Sergeant Ely. After another employee made similar complaints of pervasive sexual harassment by Officer Jorgensen, he was terminated. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, I'm not saying it's the same Richard Jorgensen. I don't know. And it does appear there's 2 of them. But now we're getting 2 allegations of supposed sexual. My God. Can we all put a 4 in the chat if we all agree? We have to agree with Medina DORE that there's so much more stuff to investigate than just BAM and Bricks and Minifigs. Can we put a 4 in the chat? Can we put a 4 in the chat? If we all agree that this is also something that absolutely should be being investigated. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to investigate. I ain't got nowhere to be. I got nothing to do. This is my job. Anyway. Powell explained she was being harassed by Officer Richard Jorgensen and that she had filed a complaint against Sergeant Ely, the one who lied about the TBI or didn't tell her about it or whatever. After another employee made similar complaints of pervasive sexual harassment by Officer Jorgensen, he was terminated. Her appeal of termination letter dated December 8, 2023 shows. In our previous reporting, Chief Haight wrote that Officer Jorgensen was no longer with the Springville Police Department, but he wouldn't answer if he had been fired. Remember we were looking into that earlier, the last thing we were looking at? He provided the dates of employment, which show he was only on the force 1 day shy of 5 months. So the complainant, the lady that got fired, she said the harassment was Jorgensen. Ely was the sergeant complaint. Her attorney told everyone my client had made her complaint on August 20th. He said she never had an issue, never was part of any interim coaching, never brought up in an IA, internal audit context, never brought up in a disciplinary context until all of a sudden my client had a complaint filed. So the news asked Chief Haight why he told. So they're like, wait, okay, look, listen, Chief. Why'd you tell us on May 8th you were not aware of this incident when both Lieutenant and Sergeant Teuscher, Lieutenant Leonard and Sergeant Teuscher both received a detailed account of the Manfredi situation and from Powell's attorneys referencing in a complaint against Ely 2 or 3 times during the disciplinary hearing that you were at? Why'd you tell us you never heard about this? You lied. The recording both sides have revealed he was informed about the complaint in November. We did not receive a response. We also left him a voicemail message. Girl. Oh, okay. We're getting close to something. I know it's tedious work. His father is Eugene, somebody said. Okay, thank you. Somebody found her marriage license? Girl, somebody found her marriage license. She been married twice? Wow. Richard Allen. Richard A. Jorgensen. Spouse Medina Lucas DORE. This is utah.gov. I'm not going to order it. Maybe I will later, but... Has she been married twice? 2016 and 2020? Richard A. Jorgensen looks kind of old. Jackpot LLC. It's the same guy, the old man? He's not old, obviously. I know he's not old. I'm just saying, like, she looks younger than me. Gray Wolf said, I'm starting to understand why litigation is so expensive. Or why it takes so long, rather. Getting the relevant info takes time. Pickleball Queen is married to it's the same one? I want to see the complaint. Let me put this on my map. Shout out to the person who sent me that. I'm not going to name any names because I know some of y'all like to be anonymous, so I just default to that. But shout out to the person who sent me that. Okay, let me see. Wow. Richard Jorgensen, realtor. He goes by Rich. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Tailored. Okay, let's see. By B. Yeah, that's what we saw. Executives. Jenny Wilcox. Agent. I'm a Utah-based realtor with a background in law enforcement. Oh, that's him. I built my career on integrity, sexual harassment, and service and results. Sorry, I misread that. After retiring from law enforcement, I was ready for a new challenge, one that aligned with my long-standing interest in real estate and my passion for helping people make smart, informed decisions. I swear to God, if I find Fortress Law somewhere on this page, I'm going to pass out. I wanted to work with the best in the industry. So I joined this real estate firm nobody ever heard of. I'm passionate about helping buyers and sellers find the right opportunities at the right price. I work with first-time home buyers, condos, multi-million-dollar homes. Girl, I feel like I'm on the verge of finding something. I feel like I haven't found what I need to find yet. But we're cooking with grease. This can't be him. There must be two, right? I'm not Alan. I'm just not feeling like this is the guy she's married. She looks so young. Okay, hold on. I'm opening another link here. Okay, thank you for the person that just sent me that. I'm not going to be able to pull it up on screen right now because even though it's a public record, it is someone's address. I did take a screenshot of it. When did they buy this house? Richard Allen Jorgensen. Leonard Holmes, golly. License details. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Oh, no, it didn't show. This'll work. This'll work. I got it on a picture now. Let me take this down. We got his license info. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, his address isn't on there. Okay. They stopped me midstream the other day for a public UCC filing, so I'm like paranoid now. Richard Jorgensen, Spanish Fork, Utah, real estate agent, sales agent, license number 1424-1993-SA00, license status active. This is a screenshot. Original issue date was 2025. So what did he do from 23 to 25? Okay, well, there is a Richard Jorgensen who is a registered real estate agent. Interesting. According to that screenshot. Let's see what else we're looking at. Photo with Jorgensen and DORE together on Insta? Hold on now. Y'all are sending me stuff. Oh, wait. Is that... How do you know that's Jorgensen? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, okay. It's the video we already watched earlier. It is him! It is him! We already saw this video. Holy shit. You mean to tell me MEDINA DORE's husband was let go after being accused of two people? By two people of SA? She was right. There's way much better stuff to investigate than only just BAM. Like your fucking husband. Yay! Now let me see the complaint. Oh, girl. No, that looks just like him to me. Look at the teeth. That's the same hair. That's the same teeth. That's the same big body. That's the same person. To me. Why she don't go by MEDINA DORE? Why she don't go by MEDINA Jorgensen? And she's supposed to be a victim advocate, girl. Thank you, Volve8, for the $5 Australian. Pickleball, pig, wrestling, and impropriety, and lying. And lying on search warrant affidavits. The beard through you. He is a little bigger. He's gained some weight. Why she don't go by Jorgensen? That's her husband. Sorry. Hold on, somebody sent me something. Privacy, Reddit. Let's see. Reckless Ben, MEDINA DORE. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, I saw that. Wow. Sorry, I have to just check through this stuff first before I put it up on the screen because, I got shut down the other day for no reason. MEDINA Lucas DORE and Richard Allen Jorgensen. So that is her husband. She's with that man who is older than her. That's fine. Whatever. I mean, she's grown. She can do what she wants. I'm not trying to say anything is wrong with it, but I just did not expect her to be with this guy like that. He looks old enough to be her dad. I mean, I don't know. She learned after that first divorce not to change her name. Changing your name all the time must be a hassle. I don't know if I'll change mine or not. We'll see. He's a zaddy girl. 30 years old and 52 years old. That is a very, very interesting age gap. Welcome to your second tape, girl. You might get another one tomorrow because I still got more stuff to get into. I want to look into the allegations. I want to see that the news to put that recording out. The guy's a realtor now. Oh, yes, ma'am. Removed from the Springville Police Department. Did I? We already said that. The lion-ass police chief. Justin Hutchins connects to people. Okay, interesting. I want to do a whole segment tomorrow or my next live about the American Fork Police Department policy. I want to take my time to look through that. Somebody sent me that. Thank you. Okay, so let me put a cross out through this. I want to look at the lawsuit. What is this? I don't think that's him. Shop with a cop. It's moving so fast. I don't know. Okay. All right. So let me see here, right? She filed EEOC complaint. So where can you find the EEOC complaints? EEOC complaint. Is that under Pacer? Log in now required. Great. Of course it is. Do I already have a... I guess I already have a account. Okay. Okay, what does it say in here? I am not a charging party, a complainant, but I represent a charging party. No. Oh, I gotta sign up for the account. Okay, hold on. Really make me put all this shit in here? Okay. No, I don't want to file a complaint. I want to search. My inquiries, cases, open a case, find an EEOC office. So this isn't even the right thing. I'll freaking sign up for this for nothing. Let me try. Katie Powell versus Springville Police Department. Oh, there's an update on her case from last year. Former Springville officer Katie Powell cleared of wrongdoing by Utah Certification Agency. That's her right there who got fired. She said she got harassed by this man who's married to MEDINA. That's what it looked like to me, right? I mean, unless there's another one. There might be another one. Former officer with the Springville Police Department who was fired for dishonesty. She was fired. So she went and reported that her boss was dishonest and somebody else was harassing and abusing her, and she got fired for dishonesty when she reported dishonesty. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that how it's like Darvo.com. Former police officer with the Springville Police Department who was fired for dishonesty and unethical conduct was cleared of wrongdoing by a state agency responsible for certifying police officers in Utah. Police Chief Lance Haight terminated her after responding to a home where she suspected children were being emotionally abused. However, the Peace Officer Standards and Training Agency found insufficient evidence of a violation of the Utah Code that allows posts to the Peace Officer Standards Training Agency, to suspend or revoke her certification. The council has the authority to issue a letter of caution or suspend or revoke certification of a peace officer and lists several things, including this, which applied to Powell. The peace officer is found by a court or law enforcement agency to have knowingly engaged in conduct that involves dishonesty or deception. They retaliated against her. She expressed her disillusionment with the policing profession, saying it's heartbreaking to learn that a career that you got into because you wanted to do the right thing is an industry that stabs you in the back pretty quickly. My integrity and morals are worth more than that. If I have to find a new career because they don't want me to be honest, yes, ma'am. Yes. Put snaps, claps in the chat for Katie. If I have to find a new job because they don't want me to be honest, then I find a new career. It's not the end of the world. I will not own up to something I didn't do. And that's a line I wasn't willing to cross. I wasn't going to just placate this system just to keep a job. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. There are good cops. Most of the good cops end up being unemployed cops. That's the part that sucks. That's the part that sucks. She said that she got fired after she rose awareness of a situation where children were being emotionally abused. Internal affairs investigation by the police department concluded that her conduct warranted termination. In contrast, the actual authority investigation, which included a Garrity interview conducted virtually by Sergeant O'Bray and Dan Young with Powell, her attorney, quickly cleared her of any wrongdoing. Sergeant O'Bray sent Powell a letter within days of her submitting the interview and said, "We've determined there's not sufficient evidence at this time to show your conduct constitutes a violation of the Utah Code." She said the entire time she couldn't say much. She felt like a profession had dedicated her whole life to was stabbing her in the back. What's more, she said it was a lonely space to be in for more than a year. She had to keep quiet about it, and she felt like she was up against a massive entity that made her feel like she did not stand a chance. They had nothing to gain. They had nothing to lose. They just looked at the truth, and they saw what was there and what was not there. When asked about the two different results, she said it's the intention behind who's investigating. That's the difference. Oh my God. Oh my God. To no avail. They contacted the city council to no avail. Let me see if I can find Jorgensen. No, his name isn't on there. Girl. Okay. I want to look more into that whole thing. I'll do it on my own free time. I want to talk a little bit before I get off of today's show. I do want to have at least one more segment, and that is in remembrance and honor of Jason Todd Mace. This is the young man who was callously allowed to pass away from a drug, you know what, starting with the O, ending with the dose, okay? You might have seen, yesterday I had a little bit of a difficult time getting through the facts of the case as described, and it was at the end of the stream and all of that. Can y'all freaking imagine if it was the Ruby Frankie case? Gray Wolf said it seems like Ruby Frankie lived in Springville. It was her kids. Was it her kids she was talking about? Can you even imagine? Thank you, Rose Investigates, for the $1.99 corruption. Yup. Thank you, Jay Smash, for the $2 super chat. Look at the smile. He has a huge gap. Same guy. Thank you. Thank you, Bruce McGinnis, for the $10 Australian. It's nearly 5 a.m. in Australia, and I can't get to sleep because of you. Go to sleep, Bruce. Get to sleep. You on the night shift. Thank you to Taz the Wolverine for the $2. Retired, he said. I'm going to look more into that. I want to know what's going on with Marina Medina's husband, girl. There is so much better stuff to look into than only just Bricks and Minifigs corruption. Oh my gosh, who knew? Thank you for letting us know. Thank you for the challenge, girl. You were so right on that. You were so right on that. Yeah, the thumbnail doesn't hold back. Want to know why? Because she was rolling around in the mud with the pigs. She was rolling around in the mud with the pigs. It's filthy. Put them in a bucket. Put them in a barrel. Okay, so this is the young man who tragically lost his life while he was being cruelly and unusually punished. Okay, Jason Todd Mace. This is his obituary. September 9th, 1988, so he's a Virgo. And he passed away September 28th, 2020. It is with a heavy heart that we announce the passing of Jason Todd Mace on September 28th, 2020. He was born on September 9th, 1988 in Provo, Utah. He loved his mother and would always defend her. Skateboarding was his passion, but he struggled with depression his whole life. Imagine your freaking people put this shit in your obituary. He fought a good fight. He's at peace now after being killed by the police or allowed to die under their watch and will be missed terribly. Matthew 11:28. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. He survived. He is survived by all. He had 2 kids. Dang. That sucks. Oh. He's survived by his 2 sons, Robert and Xander. His mother, Gayleen, who is the plaintiff in the lawsuit, we're going to take a look at again, and his stepfather, Randy Davis, his father, Ronald Lewis, and his stepmom, Michelle Lewis Mace. His 3 brothers, Ronald III, Timothy, and Reed. His 2 sisters, Shariah and Mary, and his grandpa Gary, his paternal grandparent, Ronald Lewis Mace Sr., and Sylvia Esta Berryhill. So his great-grandparents on his daddy's side lived longer than him, poor thing. Many aunts and uncles and cousins. He was preceded by Mark Dennis Mace, his brother. Oh my God, his brother died too. This is making me feel so sad because my dad died in a similar way, albeit it was not in the cop car. He was at his apartment or whatever, but his brother had also died before him. And when my dad's brother died in like 2000 or 2001 or something like that, I think it was like probably the worst thing that ever happened to my dad. It was like he never really got better. Like he never really got back to like how he was before his brother died. Like it was like a different person after. This is hitting me hard, man. His brother had passed already too, Mark Dennis, and his grandma Wanda May. And this is why I wanted to just take a moment. This is Jason. This is Jason Todd Mace. This is the individual who had struggled with substance abuse, had struggled with mental health, had been in that exact hospital just weeks before he actually died, with an O to the D and all that. And this is a real person. And this is the man who was vomiting and having multiple seizures in a cop car, in a Sally Port. This is the man who has 2 children who will go on to live without a father, a biological father, because, in part, of actions, according to his mom, because of actions by the Provo Police Department, including MEDINA DORE. So I want to get into a little bit of those. I want to get into a little bit of that before we get off for the day. It's a lot. It's a lot of them happening. It is really, truly an epidemic. I caught this. I launch new shock. Did I catch in Reckless Ben Part 3 that the evidence list that Ammon had against Ben included a statement from Adam Brimhall? Yes. And Sheldon talked about it on his live last night. Okay, so let me pull up this document. Hold on, I gotta text somebody real quick. Okay, let me pull up this document. Now, this is the case called Davis versus Provo, Medina, Dore, etc., etc. This was the complaint. We're not going to read the complaint in its entirety. Maybe I'll, just kind of scroll through it so y'all can be reminded of it. And if you didn't see the video or the part of the video, the segment yesterday. Gayleen Davis, his mother, sued Provo City, right? Including Medina DORE, who invited us to investigate something else besides Bricks and Minifigs. So now I'm happy to do that. We're doing that now. September 28th, 1 a.m., these officers, including her, responded to a dispatch call. When they got there, the mom told them that Jason had taken prescription medications, a dangerous amount, and she gave the specifics of which ones he had taken. The officers denied the fire department's request to give medical assistance. He starts vomiting. 25 minutes later, he arrives at the hospital to get medical clearance to go to the jail. They arrested him for getting into an altercation with his brother. No Provo officer informed medical staff at UVH that he had consumed a dangerous amount of medication. He had many signs of drug impairment, agitated, irrational, belligerent, vomited. And again, he had a history of this. And just 3 weeks prior, I think it was less than 2 months prior, something like that, he had been in this same hospital for OD. They did a breathalyzer. He didn't have above the legal limit. It was below the legal limit, but the jail nurse was like, look, can't even walk. Something's wrong with him. Then he starts having seizures. Then they call the ambulance and take him back to the hospital. Seizure, and he died. And his cause of death was drug intoxication. Okay, so y'all remember seeing that. Medina DORE refused and failed to tell anybody that he had taken those substances. And she knew, according to the allegations in the complaint. Now, this is an amended complaint. I just want to scroll through it. I haven't actually read it. The reason why this is so interesting, other than just the fact, just one reason, let me amend that. One reason this is so interesting is the judge on the case, David Barlow, is the same exact judge that's now the federal judge in the Reckless Ben case. So, if Reckless Ben decides to countersue Medina DORE, it won't be the first time she goes before Judge David Barlow. Oh, he was over. Okay, thank you, Tom. Tomag, yes. Apparently the limit in Utah is 0.05, so he was over the legal limit. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the correction. I don't think it was a type of substance that Narcan can help. I think it wasn't opioids. It was like ketamine, trazodone. It was like those ones. It wasn't opioids. So I think Narcan only works on that. I don't know. Legal limit in Utah is 0.05. So he was above the legal limit too. Okay, gotcha. So the judge on the Reckless Ben case done already seen this Medina girl. Okay. So this is the amended complaint. I just want to kind of scroll through here. Is DORE still listed? Yes, she is. Okay, I haven't read the amended complaint. Okay, we do have more allegations. All right, so let's read through. 1 a.m, they arrived, dispatch call. The two officers were the two supervisors were Whatcott and Grow. Okay, we got some more information. Officer DORE was the case officer manager for the charges and the arrest. Okay, so that's all she was worried about. Charges and arrest. She wasn't worried about the person's life, it seems. Upon arrival, the plaintiff, the mother of the decedent, informed Officer Miguel that her son was drunk and had just taken, quote, a handful of pills. A handful. The mother gave Officer Miguel permission to enter the home to help with her son who's drunk and took pills. He was clearly agitated, emotional, and belligerent when Officer Miguel and Mahoney made contact with him. Upon arrival, the officers upon arrival of these three officers, including Medina DORE, they were informed by the decedent's mother that what's his name, Josh, that Josh had said, no one cares before taking a hand. He was struggling with depression. It's clear. No one cares about me. And then he did the pill. Immediately upon hearing that information, that he had taken those pills, Officer Whatcott approached the other supervisor. No, that was Goro. Officer Whatcott approached Officer Mahoney in the doorway of the home and said, they said he took a bunch of pills. And then Officer Mahoney said, okay, so this is where they're letting them know, according to the allegations in this complaint, the officers were made aware he took pills. And then they talked about it amongst each other. His family informed Officer Gro and Medina, Lucas, DORE, Gutierrez Jorgensen, that decedent prematurely exited a rehabilitation program that day. So he left rehab early, came home, and went right back to it. And this is exactly why I say you cannot, take it from me, you cannot force somebody to get sober. You cannot. You just can't. It can work as long as you can force them to be in rehab. And then if they don't want to be sober, if they don't want to be so-called clean and sober, they won't be. It don't matter how long you keep them in the rehab. It sucks. I wish there was a different answer for me to tell you here, but it's just the facts. You cannot force somebody. You just can't. It just don't work. It don't work. The only thing that works for people to get sober or clean and sober, whatever you want to call it, is their own free will. That's it. Nothing else. You can force them for a time, but as soon as they get their free will back, if they don't want to be sober, they won't be. That's terrible. Take it from someone who lost a parent. There was no threat. There was no meeting. There was no pleading. There was no guilt trip. There was no possible way. It's just how it is. Anyway, I don't blame him for calling the cops in this particular circumstance. Who would? The decedent's family informed the officer that the biggest problem was that he had started drinking and then took some pills. The officer said, "Gotcha," in response to the family stating that he had took every last one of his pills. Officer Gro asked the family what kind of pills would they be. Do you know if they're his? The family informed the officers that the pills, and it's not DORE, it was Gro and Whatcott, the supervisors, that it would be trazodone, antidepressant, anxiety, and ketapine. These are like sleeping type of. I don't know what they're on label for, but they often prescribe these for insomnia, trazodone. Officers Gro, so the supervisors chose not to inform any other officer. Damn, doesn't this sound just like what we just read on that other case? Where the guy said, oh, I have a TBI, but the one officer, the sergeant officer on the scene, didn't bother to tell the other people? It's like Seroquel, they saying. They're technically antidepressants. Gotcha. So they chose not to inform any other officer that the decedent likely took as a handful every last one of his trazodone, antidepressant, anxiety, and or Seroquel pills. He was then placed in custody around 1:10 a.m. for his alleged involvement in a domestic physical altercation with his brother. So he comes home from rehab and starts fighting. Girl. During the arrest, Officer Medina, Lucas, Gutierrez, DORE, Jorgensen noticed that decedent's back was soiled in sweat. So sweating, this is like something that can happen when people are on substances. During the arrest and the subsequent transfer of him into a patrol vehicle, he remained agitated, emotional, and belligerent. The supervising officers denied a request by the Provo City Fire Department, who was on the scene, for medical assistance. So the fire department tried to help. Police said no. Officers Medina, Lucas, Gutierrez, Jorgensen, DORE, and Officer Mahoney and Whatcott were also aware that the fire department was there for medical assistance, and none of them presented the decedent for medical treatment. After being placed in an officer's vehicle, Officer Mahoney noticed that decedent had vomited. Officer Mahoney then informed Officers Whatcott, Gro, and Miguel. He expressed to Officers Whatcott, Gro, and Miguel concern. Okay, he expressed concern Mahoney expressed concern over whether the decedent was ODing in the back of the police. This is so psychotic. He instructed that the victim, that's what I'm going to call him, should be taken to the hospital for medical clearance due to the fact, why? Why should he be going to the hospital? Because we were told he took those pills and he had gotten in a fight with his brother. MEDINA, DORE, Whatcott, and Grow then talked with the family after he was arrested. When talking to the victim's family, MEDINA, Lucas, Gutierrez, Jorgensen, DORE said it was obvious he was on something. What a dumbass. I'm so glad she encouraged us to investigate something else. Put a 5 in the chat if you're glad that we were encouraged to investigate something in somebody else. He's on his way to the hospital. Sorry. In talking to decedent's family, Officer DORE said it was obvious he was on something. MEDINA, DORE knew he was on something and said it was obvious. Whatcott said he's on his way to the hospital in response to decedent's family asking what you guys were going to do about all the pills that the victim took. The plaintiff expressed concern, the mother expressed concern about whether her son was going to receive timely medical care. She expressed that concern to MEDINA, DORE. Officer Whatcott responded by saying that's why we had medics and stuff like that. But remember the medics? They denied letting them help. Decedent's family then informed the officers that a known drug dealer had visited the decedent and possibly given him drugs. They did not ask the victim's family which drugs he might have been given. There was no reason for the officers to disbelieve the family's reports. None of the officers did a physical search. They went about their business after the incident. They did not go to the hospital, the supervisors. Officers Mahoney, Miguel, and DORE, MEDINA, DORE, were with the victim at the hospital while he was evaluated by the staff. DORE and the other ones informed that he had just minor injuries on his hand and foot, but didn't tell the hospital that he was on any substances. No Provo officer informed medical staff that the victim had consumed a handful or a bunch of pills. Officer MEDINA, Lucas, Gutierrez, DORE, Jorgensen did not inform medical staff that this victim had possibly been given drugs by a known drug dealer. She misdirected the staff's medical evaluation, deliberately withholding vital medical information. They did not, and the supervisors did not ensure that the subordinates informed the medical staff of this substances. He had vomited. He couldn't even walk without being in a wheelchair. And there was all this evidence that he was on substances. So that's the amended complaint. I'm not going to finish reading it, but there's, a few more details and stuff there. Now, I want to go to a document that happened quite a bit later, and this is the judge's ruling. All right, I want to take a look at the judge's ruling, take a look at what he actually said. Again, this is the same judge that we are now expecting to be on the reckless Ben case, okay? Judge David Barlow. Okay, so this is his ruling. It's very long. We're not going to read every word or anything, but before the Honorable David Barlow, this is 2023. So oh my God. Girl, at the same time that Richard Jorgensen was facing sexual assault allegations at his job, this bitch is getting removed from qualified immunity at the same freaking time. Maybe they trauma bonded. Okay, court's ruling. All right, we're convened, he said. I've taken an opportunity during this break to reflect further on the arguments that counsel had made during our hearing today. And as I said, I made extensive notes coming into this hearing to prepare for it. And this is giving us a little bit of insight into how this judge is going to behave, how he's going to act, how he might think about things. This is 3 years ago. He said, I think what's actually going to be the best here, there's a lot of issues, a lot of claims, a lot of issues, a lot of case law, fair number of factual allegations in the complaint, but I think it's going to be best if I give you an oral ruling on the motion today. Okay, so this is going to be an oral ruling, so that you can have the benefit of the results. And partly, I think maybe I'll just note right here at the outset, this is longer. This is a longer oral ruling than I would typically give just because there's so many moving parts. And as I indicated, but both counsel has demonstrated in their briefing today, high degree of mastery of the facts in the cases before the court as well as the case law. So I think what we're going to do by doing this today, instead of making you wait on my schedule to write this order, is you'll be able to start to move forward in whichever way seems best to you. Okay, seems reasonable so far. That's going to benefit you, and I'm going to go ahead and preview now, having had a chance to reflect on your arguments, that my ruling is not going to dismiss the entire case. Okay, so out the gate, no. You're not getting the case dismissed because the cops, the hospital, the city, these people, they had all filed these motions to dismiss. TLDR, just to give y'all some background context, by the end of this, the judge did dismiss certain claims against certain parties. But, as he says here, again, this is the federal judge in the reckless bin case. In the reckless bin case. And he was on this same case. And so one of the things that, for example, Medina, Lucas, Jorgensen, Gutierrez, DORE had argued in her motion to dismiss is she had immunity. She was acting under the color of law. She was acting as in a capacity as a police officer. She did what any reasonable police officer would do. She was just following orders. She was just listening to her supervisor. She used all those same excuses that they always do, and usually that it works. Let's see if it worked for her. He said, I'm just letting you know out the gate, I'm not going to dismiss this entire case against all y'all. Nope. The parts that I'm going to dismiss are going to be without prejudice. So that's going to allow the plaintiff to bring them back. So there's two ways that a judge can dismiss a case. Dismiss with prejudice, dismiss without prejudice. With prejudice means it's finally settled and there's no remaining thing that the judge could possibly need to know. There's no different way that it could be drafted. It's just over. It's just done. With prejudice, don't go to the appeals court if you want to talk about it. Without prejudice means that the plaintiff who brought the claims could bring them again. They could retry it. Amend the complaint, try again, or something of the sort. So he said, I'm gonna let y'all know out the gate, I ain't dismissing this whole case. And the whole, side of the cops and them sitting over there, they were like, and what I am gonna dismiss, it ain't gonna be this final dismissal that y'all are wanting. So there will be an opportunity for the plaintiff to amend the pleading. This is the mother of the decedent, the mother of the victim. There's gonna be an opportunity for her to bring her claims again. And then there will be an opportunity for the defendants, which is like Medina, Doorway, and them, to remove for dismissal, should the plaintiffs bring it again. So he's saying, I'm going to tell y'all what I'm thinking right now. Y'all can start figuring out however you want to handle it. But just so you're aware, nothing I'm dismissing today is going to be permanently dismissed, and we could all be brought back here again. Okay? I'm going to let y'all know what I'm thinking now. Was her first husband a cop too, girl? I don't know. But just so y'all know, y'all might get sued again, and we might all end up back here. That makes me think he said, that makes me think that it's right for me to give you this ruling right now. So you will have the benefit of that, and then you can move on, and this case can advance. Let's start with the standard. Okay, so Iqbal, Twombly, because they did motions to dismiss, right? The complaint has to have a sufficient factual material, which the court accepts as true, to state a claim that is plausible on its face. And the court does not accept all legal characterizations or conclusory statements at this stage, right? Because this is the motion to dismiss stage. It hasn't gone to a trial. It hasn't gone to a jury. It's just, hey, this lady didn't even make any claims. And they all had their different reasons, right? Vicarious liability, what is it? So like when you're doing something in the course of law, the immunity stuff, they pled all their stuff. The court also, in addition to accepting all factual allegations as true, will make reasonable inferences in favor of the non-moving party, meaning the person who sued, the plaintiff, the mother. The motion, okay, so he says, all right, so there has been a motion to dismiss, and it has the following components. The 1983 claims. This is the statutory, this is the qualified immunity statute, okay, the 1983. He said, so there's the qualified immunity issue. The supervisory and municipal liability claims, those are other claims in here he's going to be addressing, the unnecessary rigor, and then the wrongful death claim. I'm going to address those issues in that order. Okay, so we're looking at MEDINA, right? MEDINA, DORE. You know, she was trying to get out of this. She was trying to not have to be accountable for somebody dying because she's like, oh, I'm a cop, so I have immunity. Okay, that's basically her argument. He said, I'm going to address those issues. First, on qualified immunity. The doctrine of qualified immunity shields officials, like cops, from civil liability. That's like a personal lawsuit. But only so long as their conduct does not violate, quote, clearly established constitutional rights, of which a reasonable person would have known. Okay, so this is the qualified immunity standard threshold element, all that. What is it? Cops in general are never going to be liable. They're never going to be liable. They're never going to be able to be held accountable, except where their conduct violates clear constitutional rights that even any reasonable person would have known. It protects all but the plainly incompetent. Ooh, this is good. David Barlow. It protects all but the plainly incompetent or those who knowingly violate the law. All right? All right? You seeing where we are you picking up what we're putting down here? And he cites the precedent. He said, now, as the lawyers for the defendants, that's the cops, pointed out in oral argument, once a defendant asserts qualified immunity, such as MEDINA DORE, the onus, the burden, then flips back to the plaintiff, which is the mother of the unalive person, to demonstrate, so the burden is now on her, to demonstrate that the official violated statutory or constitutional rights, and that the right itself that was violated was so clearly established at the time of the challenged conduct. To demonstrate that the law is clearly established, the party opposing qualified immunity, so the party opposing qualified immunity means like the mom, so the mom in this case, the plaintiff, the one suing, must either identify an on-point Supreme Court or published 10th Circuit opinion, or show that the clearly established weight of authority from other courts has found the law to be as the party is trying to argue the law is. That's most recently the Valdez case from 2023. He said the case doesn't have to be exactly directly fact for fact exactly the same. But it must have placed the question, the constitutional question, beyond debate. It must be beyond a shadow of a doubt. It's very hard. It's almost impossible to overcome this qualified immunity. It pretty much is like overcoming not reading someone a Miranda right. Like, these cops are so freaking protected that if any cop anywhere would have acted this way, they basically are like, nope, too bad, so sad, your kid's dead, we don't care. Let's see if that's how it happened in this case, though. The dispositive question for this court is whether the violative nature of the particular conduct, in this case we're looking at DORE, is clearly established. This means the court cannot define a clearly established right to a high degree of generality. It has to be very specific. The Supreme Court teaches us that it is not enough that the rule is suggested by then existing precedent. It has to be so exactly on point, exactly. All right. This means that a reasonable officer has got to know that his or her conduct is unlawful. So for to overcome the qualified immunity, so for the cop to actually be allowed to be sued at all, even for it to even get past this stage of dismissing it, the cop has to know that his or her conduct is unlawful in the situation. They have to know. They have to know. How you prove somebody knows something? You kind of can't. It's so difficult to win these cases. Miss Davis, this is the plaintiff, asserts, the mother of Jason, asserts that she has identified 2 applicable clearly established rights under the 8th Amendment. First, she argues that the officers, that's including MEDINA DORE, deliberately ignored her son, the victim's serious medical needs when he had an obvious symptom of intoxication and substantial risk of suicide. Secondly, the second clearly established right is that the officers abdicated their gatekeeper role. Okay. The judge says, let's talk about those issues here. Both sides reference this precedential case, Quintana, at some point in their briefing or an oral argument. And in that case, prior to 2016, it was clearly established that when a detainee, so somebody that they have in their custody, has obvious and serious medical needs, ignoring those needs violates the Constitution. Okay? You see that? Clearly established. Prior to January 2016, it was clearly established that when a detainee has obvious, this word obvious is going to do a lot of heavy lifting, and serious medical needs, for the cops to ignore those needs violates the detainee's constitutional rights, the person in custody, because they can't leave. They're stuck in custody. If they have serious medical need and the cop don't meet them, they could die. So obviously it's our right not to die in custody. The judge goes on. Remember, this is an oral ruling that he's giving. He says, of course, delay of care can also constitute a violation of a detainee's rights. That's the Estelle case. A medical need is sufficiently, quote, serious. Everything has a definition in the law, by the way. It only counts as serious if it's one that's been diagnosed by a physician or one that is so obvious that even any ordinary average idiot on the street could easily recognize the necessity for a doctor's attention. Regarding the gatekeeping function, this is the second constitutional right, the 10th Circuit has held, if the official, the cop, knows his role in the particular medical emergency is solely to serve as a gatekeeper for other medical personnel capable of treating the condition, and if he delays or refuses to fulfill that gatekeeper role to deliberate indifference, he may be liable for deliberate indifference to human life. Now, the judge says, as MEDINA DORE and the rest of these cops' lawyers have pointed out repeatedly in briefing and oral argument, facts of this case show that Mr. Mace, the person who died, did eventually at some point receive medical attention. But the question, MEDINA, is whether this person suing the plaintiff plausibly alleged in the complaint, the amended complaint, that an officer would easily recognize that this man obviously needed medical attention sooner, and whether officers were deliberately withholding the medical professional's information from the medical. Okay. My throat hurts. Okay. The question here is whether the plaintiff, the person suing, the lady suing, has plausibly alleged in the complaint, the amended complaint, that the officer would have any officer should have easily recognized that the victim obviously needed medical attention sooner, and whether they were deliberately withholding information from the medical professionals that they knew they needed. And this is the part where MEDINA didn't tell the hospital staff that this guy had taken pills, even though that was the reason they were at the hospital in the first place. It wasn't because he had a cut on his foot in his hand. It was because he had attempted unalive. And she didn't tell the hospital staff that. And so they're saying, I know. I don't know if I have it. Wegmans, not Legmans, girl. Okay. To determine this, what are we determining? Whether officers were deliberately withholding from the medical professionals information they knew was needed. To determine whether they were doing this, the court reviews the well-pled allegations from the complaint. Why? The court is not deciding, yes, no, you did it, you didn't. The court is deciding, did the allegations as pled in the complaint allow this complaint to survive qualified immunity with respect to any of these officers? The judge said, and again, remember, this is the same judge from the Reckless Ben case. So this is giving us a little bit of insight into how this guy thinks. Your briefing has been helpful, but I don't take any factual averments I have them all, that are made in the briefing and oral argument here today. He said, I found it most helpful as I was reviewing the complaint and thinking about what the allegations of the complaint show and do not show regarding those officers, to group them into the 2 supervising officers and then the 3 officers that accompanied Mr. Mace to the hospital. So this would include DORE. Okay, this includes Medina, Lucas, Gutierrez, Jorgensen, DORE. He starts with Officer Groh. This is one of the supervisors. I don't know if it's a he or a she, but this Officer Groh knew that the victim had said no one cares before taking a handful of pills. Knew that the pills included trazodone, an antidepressant, anti-anxiety medication, and Seroquel. And Mr. Mace, the victim, had prematurely left rehab, and that he had been drinking before he took the pills, and that a drug dealer had maybe visited him, and that Mr. Mace was agitated, emotional, belligerent, and had vomited. And another officer was considering that he might be experiencing an overdose in the back of the car. Now, these are the allegations in the complaint. He said, the fact that I have referenced them here does not mean that I find any of them to be true or even dispositive or important, but those are just the factual allegations. He has to take the allegations in the complaint as if they were true at this stage. It's also alleged that Officer Groh didn't tell the other officers what she heard about the pills. She declined to tell the EMTs. Okay, I'm going to skip around I'm going to skip around a little bit, or skim a little bit until we get to Medina DORE. Officer Whatcott, also a supervisor, considering the facts that have been and making reasonable inferences in favor of the plaintiff. Okay, the court finds that the facts are insufficient. Look how this can happen, y'all, to state a plausible claim against the supervisors. So, case dismissed before it can even go to a jury. Against the 2 supervisor officers, case dismissed. But we didn't get to DORE yet. Plaintiff doesn't cite any case, I'm not aware of any, where an official instructed subordinates to take a detainee, someone in custody, to the hospital, but was found to have been deliberately indifferent. And so he's like, look, they weren't even at the hospital. They said, look, he needs to go to the hospital. He took a handful of pills. Can't hold them responsible. They weren't at the hospital. Of course, the complaint also alleges that those 2 officers declined on the spot medical assessment by EMTs, but the gatekeeper cases in this circuit, all involve outright refusals to provide or obtain medical care, delays of many hours. Plaintiff hasn't cited any basis for the case law that would allow the court to find that if officials decline EMT assistance in favor of sending someone to the hospital, especially sending them as quickly as they did here, that it would be clear to a reasonable officer that his conduct was unlawful. So the judge is saying, look, I'm not sure if I agree with him or not, but because of this stupid qualified immunity bullshit, like, it is kind of difficult to it's just hard. It's just hard to do it. His hands are kind of tied. There has to be specific on-point precedent where denying EMT at the scene in and of itself is indifference to human life. He said they sent them to the hospital like immediately. They didn't go to the hospital. They went about doing whatever they were doing. But they kind of did send him to the hospital. So I'm not going to be able to hold them responsible because they weren't at the hospital. They sent him to the hospital. The other 3 officers went with him. Nor do the fact allegations that are before the court suggest that there was any other deliberate indifference by Officer Groh or Whatcott. They encounter chemically intoxicated individuals all the time. It's an ordinary and normal part of the work they do. And so in the 10th Circuit, they've also found the fact that an individual appears intoxicated or has vomited or is agitated or emotional is not only not unusual, but those things are not enough to meet the required standard, which is serious medical care is needed. As counsel for the defendants, the cops, has argued the standard here is not negligence. It's about the it's not about best practices. It's not about everything that might have been done or would have been done or could have been done in hindsight or foresight. The allegations that the officers failed to search for overdose evidence but didn't, or that they failed to tell other officers the names of the medications that Jason took, it might have taken but didn't. or the fact that they didn't take additional steps to ensure that inferior officers were executing orders that the supervisors had given, those do not make plausible claims for deliberate indifference. It's not just, oh, oops, they forgot. The standard has to be it was deliberate, it was on purpose, intentional. The allegation that Officer Grow knew that the victim had prematurely left a rehab program does not change the analysis. There are no other facts alleged around it. I'm not stating that if there were, that it would change the analysis. I'm just saying just the fact that the officer was told he had prematurely left a rehab, that doesn't change the court's analysis in any way. The complaint makes it clear that the victim was taken into custody at 1:10 a.m. Officer Grow instructed the subordinate officers to take the victim to the hospital because he took pills and because of the fight. And Officer Whatcott clearly was aware that Mr. Mace was on his way to the hospital. That's the victim. The victim got there around 1:25, like 15 minutes later, after he was taken into custody. Now, I don't know what the delta is in terms of how long it took to get there, but the point is, he was taken into custody and he was at the hospital 15 minutes later. There are no cases suggesting that a period of time is something which should be, that period of time, 15 minutes, is something that should be concerning. In fact, I would say the allegations of the complaint make it pretty clear that Officers Grow and Whatcott were not deliberately indifferent because they did tell the other officers to take him, the victim, to the hospital. They sent him there promptly. And then he got there promptly. So the complaint's factual allegations just don't state a plausible claim of deliberate indifference, either on its own or whether framed as a gatekeeper claim. Okay, fine. The supervisors, they're off the hook. But what did the judge say at the beginning? Only off the hook without prejudice. If this plaintiff can come up with some facts that she can add here, she can change, they're up for getting sued again. Now, that takes us to Officers Miguel, Medina DORE, and Mahoney. Again, I'm going to recite all the allegations regarding these officers that got my attention. Even though not all of them are important to the analysis, they are interesting context. Officer Miguel was allegedly told that the victim was drunk. He took a handful of pills, and the officer declined the EMT assistance, was aware that the victim had vomited, was aware that he had heard Officer Mahoney's concern that the victim might have overdosed, and he took him to the hospital, the victim. At the hospital, Officer Miguel, that's who we're talking about first, and then he's going to get to DORE, I think. Miguel allegedly only requested medical evaluation for the victim's minor injuries from his fight with his brother. He observed the victim vomit and fall asleep and deliberately did not tell medical staff that he had taken a handful of pills. Officer Medina Lucas Gutierrez Jorgensen DORE was told the same things about the victim at the residence that Officer Miguel was told, and generally she knew and had similar things, except she knew about she knew about him leaving rehab, which I told you earlier the judge says doesn't affect the court's analysis, but she allegedly did know that a known drug dealer had visited the victim. She saw that his back was soiled in sweat. Again, something the court does not find to be important. Officer DORE also allegedly told the family that it was obvious he was on something, the victim. So Medina DORE said, it's obvious he's on something. Her conduct at the hospital is also alleged to be generally the same as Officer Miguel's in that there was a request only for medical evaluation for the minor injuries from the fight with the brother. Nothing was said to the medical staff about having taken pills. She also didn't say anything about the drug dealer and is alleged to have reviewed the medical clearance form, etc. That takes us to Officer Mahoney. He was also at the hospital. He was told at the residence that Mr. Mace had taken a bunch of pills and allegedly expressed concern that Mr. Mace was overdosing. And like the others, allegedly failed to present the victim to the paramedics or the EMTs. The hospital again only requested medical evaluation for the minor fight injuries and is alleged to have deliberately not told medical staff that the victim had taken a bunch of pills. So these three cops, all of them, none of the three cops that were with him at the hospital told the hospital staff he took pills. They were just like, oh yeah, he got in a fight with his brother. Can you check out his hand and his foot? Okay, cool, let's leave. There's a further allegation that Officer Mahoney dishonestly told the jail nurse that the victim was walking on his own power at the hospital, but he never was doing that. He was always in a wheelchair. Apparently, Mahoney denied that the family said anything about taking drugs, so he lied, according to the allegations in the complaint. The complaint also asserts that the nurses at the hospital said, or that he told the nurse rather, quote, "We didn't hear anything about medicals. It was just a fight." Wow, callous indifference. He said, well, no, we don't anything know. It's just a fight. While Officer MEDINA DORE, hearing that comment, remained silent. She just sat there silently and did not speak up in a way that could have saved somebody's life. Somebody who she was responsible for, who was in her custody. This allegedly occurred around the time or during the time that the guy was having seizures. He's having seizures. Oh no, yo, she's gonna fight. I don't know what's going on. She sat there quiet. Protect and serve what? So in sum, the judge says, the facts alleged about these 3 officers that took the victim to the hospital are materially different than the allegations that are made about the supervisors. And most important among them, for Officer Miguel, is the allegation that he deliberately, intentionally, not accidentally, not negligently, intentionally chose not to tell medical personnel about the handful or the bunch of pills that he heard the victim had ingested. And after all, his supervising officer had sent him to the hospital, in part because the victim had taken the pills. Same is true for Officer DORE. But we have additional allegations about her. Ooh. In the jail Sally Port, Officer Mahoney dishonestly told the jail nurse that the victim was walking on his own, but that wasn't true. Dishonestly told the jail nurse that he hadn't heard anything about medicals, just a fight, while Officer DORE just sat there and said nothing. She should have sat there and said nothing during that Bricks Minifigs investigation, and maybe we wouldn't all be here today, all 1,400 of us sitting here and listening to what she did, according to this complaint. Now, the judge said the experienced counsel that are before me don't probably need to hear me make this clear, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm not making findings of fact. I'm not saying, oh, this happened and didn't happen. What I'm saying is what has been alleged. These are the allegations of the complaint. That is what we deal with for purposes of a motion to dismiss. This is maybe not, a bad time to also note that while qualified immunity motions can be brought at a motion to dismiss stage, they obviously operate under a different standard there than at the summary judgment stage, where we have fleshed out a medical record and the judge can make factual findings. In any event, taking the allegations together in the complaint, the factual allegations, the court treats as true at this stage of the litigation, together with reasonable inferences in favor of the plaintiff. That is enough to state a plausible claim for deliberate indifference or failure under the gatekeeper standard. The difference here is these allegations, the way they're stated in the complaint, are not simply that MEDINA DORE might have done something differently. Maybe she should have done more. No. Not that she forgot to say something. No. She forgot and didn't do it. The allegation in the complaint isn't, oh, she should have done more. The allegation is that these officers intentionally chose to withhold information. They lied. That's the allegation. They lied on purpose. They intentionally chose to withhold information which they believed to be important to the medical personnel, and 2 of them allegedly made affirmatively false statements. So there's your difference. As I noted, the judge said, this is the same judge that's assigned currently to the Reckless Ben federal case. Prior to January 2016, it was clearly established that when a detainee has obvious serious medical needs, ignoring those needs necessarily violates their constitutional rights. Took him to the hospital, true, but based on the language in these previous cases, at least at the motion to dismiss stage, making inferences in favor of the plaintiffs, it seems that their factual allegations are actually probably sufficient to show that those individuals may have known an obvious and serious medical need, having been directed by their CO, their commanding officer, to take the victim to the hospital for that purpose, in part, and then they did not do the necessary parts so that the medical personnel would even know what they were looking for. He said the allegations of intentional dishonesty in this process, that's what separates it out. That's what makes it different. That's what makes it distinct. Regarding that, the intentionality of it, and that is alleged in the complaint. It was even referenced, not that I'm going to hold you to it, counsel, but the distinction between an argument not doing enough, not being as good as you could have been, not understanding what's going on, that's one thing. Lies, that's something else. The complaint alleges some lies. And that's where we sit today. The judge ruled in this oral ruling that MEDINA DORE failed so utterly, spectacularly in her duties, at least as it was alleged in the complaint, that she couldn't even get the easiest freaking defense for a cop to get. Qualified immunity. No immunity for her. Now, of course they appealed that. Of course the cops appealed that. And it appears like this case never made it to the jury stage. This is what the judge decided. He dismissed the claims against some people. He kept the claims against some, meaning MEDINA DORE, kept the claims against her because of her callous indifference to human life. And it never made it to a jury. She never got accused. She did get accused. She never got convicted, or this was civil, so it would be held liable or whatever. It didn't get held against her. However, the fact that the allegations that were alleged were so egregious that she couldn't even get the special handhold treatment of qualified immunity. Meanwhile, the same year, her husband is being accused of sexual assault or harassment or whatever in the workplace. Girl, this ruling was handed down November 2023. The settlement for this case happened the next year in 2024, and this psycho hag was getting employee of the goddamn month from the city council and the mayor and everybody else just 1 year, the next year, not even a full year later. So she's costing the city money, I'm assuming. 2 years after she becomes a cop, the next year she loses qualified immunity in federal court. The next year she's employee of the month. Isn't that interesting? Thank you so much to Real Gobes for the $2 super chat. Rest in peace, Jason Todd Mace, indeed. Thanks so much to Dan Booze for the $5 super chat. I was today years old when I learned first cousins can get married in Utah. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you for the $5. £5. Thank you for the €5. Leia. Girl, I'm loving your Diddy treatment to this white walking names. It's important. They're transporting me to last year's summer. I know it's harder to remember it. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs really does just roll off the tongue. Medina, Lucas, Dore, Gutierrez, Jorgensen is a little bit harder. I gotta practice it. Thank you for the €5. Thank you to Insufferable Maynard Fan for the $10 lozenges, water, ice, coffee fund. Get one for Prim too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll think about getting one. I'll think about it. Dang, it's hard to lose qualified immunity. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. Yep. Now, I'm definitely interested in looking into this Jorgensen thing. I want to look into the sexual assault allegations. I want to look into that EEOC complaint that was filed. I want to look a little bit closer to see. It might be Jorgensen, yeah. I want to look up a little bit closer to see if that's actually the same one, the one that got, the one that, it doesn't say got fired, it doesn't say resigned. We don't really know what happened with it, but he only worked there like 5 months. I wonder if there's a confidential settlement, if the family made a post-settlement statement. Maybe I'll have to look into that too. When I very first heard about Officer Dore, I wondered if she was compromised or psycho-ambitious. Turns out she's a ghoul working amongst other ghouls who weaponize the prove it and cruelty could be. Let's take a look at Pacer. to see if anything has been filed in the reckless Ben case under the same judge, David Barlow. No. Let me show it to y'all. There are more reasons than this employee of the month that Mayor Kafusi lost the election this past November. When did she get victim gaslighting training? Was it after this disgusting event? I wonder if the body cam footage exists. I wonder if any of this body cam footage exists. I mean, it happened in 2022. I think that... Somebody want to request that body camera footage? Specifically hers? Actually, all of them, because then when you have other people's, you could see her on them. I'm wondering, should we request this body camera footage? Huh. Let me know what y'all think. Think we should or not. They're not going to give it to me. Somebody else going to have to do it. See, there's nothing new. Just that last thing is this document lodged. Vinesh said, I like this judge. Really, really hope he remembers this hag. Just imagine her raging in her squeaky voice with her demon overtones watching BJC right now. Should? Y'all are saying, yeah, I should. I don't know. It would be kind of eerie, I think. They'll probably blur out anything that happened inside the house. I hope they would. It says a lot about a person's morale. It says a lot about where one person's moral failings will lead them than another person's just because one is deemed good, bad. Hey, Medina. Hey, girl. This ain't your last tape, too. I hope you're ready for at least one more 4-hour marathon. Because, I mean, there's so much more I still wanted to get into. But I need to research it. I've already been on here for 4 hours. So I'm probably going to wrap it up for the day. I haven't forgotten about Adam and Reed Brimhall. But Officer Medina did challenge us. She did challenge us by saying, you would think that he would have something better to look at. He would think he would have something better to do. Oh my God, he's looking at a second-degree felony. Bet she wish she would have did that constitutionally at this point. But look, I'm looking at a public records, and I'm going to keep doing it. Thank you. That's all we had for today. Meantime, facts ain't defamation, neither are opinions. Please do not contact anybody mentioned in these videos. If you do, you should go to jail or something, girl. Just leave people alone. If you want to complain on her, I do encourage you to do that peacefully, lawfully, civilly at the, at the links I put in my last live. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Love you, mean it. K, bye.